Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We have an important hearing today. The public comes in regular contact with the Transportation Security Administration. We have a fairly new administrator who I've had a chance to visit with, but it is important as the Oversight Committee that we continue to take a look at what's happening or not happening at the TSA. So today we're going to have our second hearing examining the management practices and misconduct that we have heard about and seen about and investigated at the Transportation Security Administration. And at this time of year, the traveling public picks up, kids and families and people are traveling sometimes at record levels. People get frustrated, they go to airports, there are long lines, there's frustration, but at the same time we have to find a balance to make sure that those airplanes are properly secure, because the enemy, terrorists and whatnot, they only need to get by once, and they deal with millions of passengers on a weekly basis at the TSA. We have a lot of good men and women who serve on the front lines, who are trying to do the best job that they can in dealing with a frustrated public. Sometimes it's hot and they're sweaty and they're late, and there are a lot of issues to deal with. Last summer, the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General performed covert testing of TSA's airport security screening and found, quote, failures in the technology, failures in TSA procedures, and human error, end quote. There were very alarming rates of success for penetration beyond the lines and being able to bring something nefarious onto an airplane. Although some of the Inspector General's recommendations are still outstanding in the wake of the testing, the TSA claims they're making progress in training its employees to be more thorough in resolving these security concerns. Yet the progress may be undermined if TSA employees continue to quit at their current rates. The agency loses around 103 screeners each week through attrition. As the administrators told me, a lot of these are part-time employees. But nevertheless, it's very expensive to get somebody trained up and bring on to only have them leave later on in the process. In the year 2014, the agency hired 373 people, but had 4,644 departures. You can see where, if you think of it as a bathtub, if you're pouring water into it, but the drain is going out faster than you can keep people in that tub, that there gets to be a problem. We're very concerned about the morale at the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA. The government does do, I think, a good thing and goes out and ranks and does surveys and comes up with the scientific way to assess the various agencies. Of the 320 agencies, the TSA ranked 313th. This is an alarming trend throughout Homeland Security, not just the TSA. There are a number of these agencies, including the Secret Service and others, that are near the very, very bottom of agencies that are ranked. It's something that has to be assessed, and there are probably reasons for this, and we want to understand that. We have a duty and obligation to the federal employees, and you worry that people in a security type of situation with low morale, you don't necessarily get the best security and the best product out of that. 2 weeks ago, one of our witnesses testified that he believed, quote, while the new administrator of the TSA has made security a much-needed priority once again, we remain an agency in crisis, end quote. He attributed poor leadership and oversight of senior leadership appointments in the last several years as major contributing factors. Testimony before this committee alleged a double standard within the TSA. We've heard senior leaders in the agency are treated with far more leniency than the TSA's rank-and-file employees. Now, we have one situation. I don't know this man. I don't believe I've ever met him. If I did, I, again, don't remember it. But he is a very senior person. As the Assistant Administrator of the Office of Security Operations, there's a gentleman, his name is Kelly Hogan. He receives a base compensation of $181,500, a very healthy salary. Since his promotion to that position in 2013, security operations at TSA have been abysmal. Again, the Inspector General, I think we'll hear testify today, the penetration tests that were done previously were nothing close to successful. They were successful in getting objects and items through security, but they were, from a security standpoint, absolutely rock bottom in terms of their performance. Yet, during this time, in September 2014, the Inspector General found that despite spending $551 million on new equipment and training, the TSA had not improved its checked baggage screening at all since the NIG report found vulnerabilities in 2009. Last summer, covert testing by the Inspector General revealed an alarming high failure rate that was widely reported by the media. Yet whistleblowers reported that instead of being held accountable for those failures, Mr. Hogan received an amazing amount of bonuses beginning in 2015. I want to show you a slide here. Not to pick on this person, but this is what's so frustrating. The rank and file sees this. He's earning a base salary of $181,500, and in 13 months, he gets $90,000 in bonuses. That's just his bonuses. 9 times he's getting bonuses over a 13-month period. That's in addition to his health care and all the other things, retirement that he'll get. People don't understand that. Let me go to this next slide. So here you have John Holinsky, who I don't believe works at the administration anymore. He makes a recommendation to the person at the bottom, a guy named Joseph Salvatore, who makes a recommendation that Kelly Hogan get a bonus, and then Holinsky, who made the recommendation to Salvatore, Salvatore recommends Hogan get a bonus, and then Holinsky gives him that bonus. It happened 4 times. Go back, if you could, to that first slide. So you got rank and file people working hard, trying to do the right thing. We're having massive security failures based on what the Inspector General's doing. And this person at the senior part of the food chain gets $90,000 in bonuses. I don't understand that. This didn't even necessarily happen during this administrator's watch, but we want to know what's being done to clean this up. If you can go to the next, you can take that slide down. Thank you. So how did he get this done? In the normal scenario, the president has to approve any bonuses over $25,000. OPM has to approve bonuses over $10,000, and yet Title V and OPM regulations don't apply to the TSA, and that's why I think we're going to have to go back and review this. When the IG investigated that after a whistleblower tip, it found in July of 2015, TSA had no clear policies prohibiting an arrangement such as we had just seen, and only, quote, loose internal oversight of the awards process, end quote. I hope we are going to hear that this has been cleaned up and then be more fair, more equitable, and truly rewarding those people that are having success. The frustration is it's not as if we've had success. Those bonuses were given to somebody who oversees a part of the operation that was in total failure. This is contributing, I think, to the massive problems of morale and other challenges that we have. Administrator Neffinger has many challenges to overcome in restoring the confidence of the rank and file, and even the perception that some current leaders have been part of the problem can continue to harm morale within the ranks of the TSA. More significantly, it can deter TSA employees from speaking up about security challenges, which ultimately impacts the core responsibility of the agency to keep America's transportation safe. Last November, the Inspector General testified, quote, creating a culture of change within TSA and giving the TSA workforce the ability to identify and address risk without fear of retribution will be the new administrator's most critical and challenging task, and something I'm sure that we're going to talk about today. Now, we have somebody on our panel who has spent considerable time dealing with the TSA and transportation. He was the chairman of the Transportation Committee here in the Congress, and I'd like to yield some time to Mr. Micah of Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for conducting this Part 2. There are some very serious concerns about performance of TSA, the first hearing that you held just a few weeks ago. We had, for the first time since we created TSA, people who came in from responsible positions, and were willing to testify to the almost sheer chaos that exists both in the management and also the operations. Of course, I expressed my concern about the meltdown that we've had to date, and I had prepared actually yesterday, and staff had gotten me like one figure during the break. We had 6,800 American Airlines passengers missed their flights due to checkpoint delays, and that's sort of, you know, we hear that, members of Congress and others. Well, last night I had the night from hell. I had 3 people who I invited to Washington, who came to Washington, spent most of the day with me. All of them missed their flight, standing in a TSA line. I tell you what, I am so livid, and Wednesday night is a particularly bad night. Now, traffic was bad. They were late getting there. The TSA people wouldn't have the courtesy to accommodate people who could have caught their flight, even though they were somewhat late. The plane was there. I was on the phone for hours. One of the individuals whose family's leaving on vacation today had to get back to Orlando to accompany his family. I actually had a staffer drive him to, and bought him a ticket home last night. So I could put a face on it, and you can't get a hold of a damn person in TSA, even as a member of Congress, nor would they take your calls. I'll tell you what, it's just unbelievable, the operation. And you got your $100,000 people standing around accommodating members of Congress to get them on a plane, and you can't get a passenger on a plane who has to get home to leave with his family. I want a list of all of those people standing around that chauffeur members of Congress and VIPs up to the front of the line, and you can't get one. You can't get 3 people, one lady with some physical disabilities. I'll tell you what, I am so disgusted with this mess. It makes you, Mr. Chairman, lose your focus. But let me go back to. You can delay these people, and then here's my GAO report. 17 known terrorists have flown on 24 different occasions passing through your TSA. What was the very most troubling of the testimony that I heard, and you can fail, and you will fail, and your attempts on the training and recruiting and all that will be a failure. I can tell you that, and I told you that on my sofa when you came in. Because you cannot recruit, you cannot train, you cannot retain, and you cannot administer. It's just a huge failing government program, and it will fail. But the most troubling thing was the testimony from Mark Livingston, former assistant administrator for TSA's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, who testified, it's my testimony today that we have a non-Intel professionals running our Office of Intelligence and Analysis. That's the core of the government responsibility, connecting the dots. And he's telling us, and I questioned him about what was going on, and he's saying that important government function, the most important government function, to find the bad guys, not stop the innocent 99% of the travelers, that we have chaos in that operation. I yield back, Mr.
Thank the gentleman. Now we'll recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There have been few times that in my 20 years on this committee that I have felt so strongly about an individual. Administrator Neffinger is a person who I have a phenomenal amount of respect for. When I was the chairman of the Subcommittee on the Coast Guard and Maritime Matters, it was Mr. Neffinger, Admiral Neffinger, who cleaned up a mess called Deepwater Horizon, where the Coast Guard was buying ships that didn't float. radar systems that were supposed to have surveillance of 360 degrees with 180 degrees. Radios that when they got wet, they didn't work. He cleaned up the mess and saved this country and the Coast Guard probably hundreds of millions of dollars. And sir, no matter what happens in this hearing, I thank you. I really do. Last month, our committee heard testimony from 3 Transportation Security Administration employees. They raised troubling allegations about personnel practices that stretched back several years in some cases. The employees who came forward deserve to have their allegations thoroughly and fairly investigated. And I emphasize that. It's one thing to allege, but we need all the facts so that we can be about the business of not only hearing testimony, but bringing about the reform that is necessary. And I'm sure you would agree with that, Mr. Roth. Unfortunately, the committee has not yet had the opportunity to fully examine or substantiate their claims. And let me pause here for a moment. Mr. Roth, in your testimony, I want you to do me a big favor, and I want you to do a big favor for this committee. I want you to distinguish between what happened pre-Neffinger, Admiral Neffinger, and post. The chairman spent, and rightfully so, a good amount of time talking about the $90,000 bonus. There's probably nobody in this Congress who has railed against bonuses going all the way back to AIG than I have. And so I want to make sure that we are putting responsibility where responsibility belongs. I hope you'll do that. Nevertheless, during our previous hearing, I was struck by how highly those whistleblowers spoke about our witness today, Vice Admiral Peter Neffinger, the administrator of TSA. Despite their understandable frustration about what they endured, these whistleblowers repeatedly told the committee that Administrator Neffinger was taking positive steps at TSA. They made clear that he is setting a course for the agency that puts the top priority exactly where it should be on security. For example, Mark Livingston, a program manager in the Office of the Chief Risk Officer, testified that Administrator Neffinger is, quote, a man of integrity. He also said, and I quote, TSA is not going to compromise our mission to expedite passengers, though at the expense of our mission, end of quote. He went on to say, what we're going to do is we're going to get better. We're going to keep pushing pre-check. We're going to keep pushing a better process. We're going to get more people, and we're going to get better at this. Mr. Neffinger has made it his priority, end of quote. Similarly, Jay Brainard, a federal security director in the Office of Security Operations in Kansas, testified, and I quote, now these are whistleblowers. Certainly since Mr. Neffinger has been in, there has been a shift to security and trying to get that pendulum to go back so we strike a balance, end of quote. Mr. Brainard also said, and I quote, it's important for us to make sure that we reassure our officers so that regardless of the fact that somebody is going to have to wait a few extra minutes, we still have their back, end of quote. And we have an administrator who fully supports that, and that is part of the culture that he has established with TSA. That's a very difficult job. It's certainly not the most popular job, and we certainly appreciate it, end of quote. I have to say that during my many years here on the Oversight Committee, I have rarely seen employees simultaneously come forward to report what they believe to be abuses, while at the same time commending an individual who is in charge of the agency, for his efforts to address them so vigorously. I can never remember that in these 20 years. And I've been at just about every minute of all the hearings. Admiral and Administrator Neffinger testified last November that TSA faces, and I quote, "a critical turning point," end of quote, and I agree. He cannot turn around this agency on a dime. I wish he could. I don't think anybody up here could. But in the 10 months he has been on the job, and I emphasize 10 months, he has taken bold action to address the challenges he inherited. For example, in February, he halted all directed reassignments currently in process. If you remember, a committee, when a lot of the complaints were about people who felt that they were being punished and being retaliated against by being moved from place to place. The wife would be sent to the Northeast and the husband be sent to the Southwest, and all kinds of mischief. And so I'm glad you addressed that, and I hope that you'll talk about that a bit today, because that was a large part of our hearing. In March, he issued a memo that requires new reviews and approvals whenever a directed reassignment is requested. He strengthened TSA's controls over special achievement awards, brought transparency to the Executive Resources Council, and appointed a chief operating officer to oversee the assistant administrators in charge of agencies' operating divisions. Critically, he has worked diligently to address the security shortcomings identified by Inspector General Roth, who is also with us today. And I certainly have a tremendous amount of respect for you, Mr. Roth. He retrained all screening personnel, including managers, and created a new academy to train newly hired screeners. In Inspector General Roth's as Inspector General Roth testified last November, and I quote, he has deactivated certain risk assessment rules that granted expedited screening through pre-check lanes, end of quote. However, despite all of these positive changes, the number of screeners has dropped by nearly 6,000 over the past 4 years. And I agree with the chairman. That's something that we all should be concerned about. We all need to get to the bottom line of why that is happening. We want to retain our folks, and I'm hoping that it's not a situation that the chairman and I found with the Secret Service, where people had gotten to a point because they did the same job over and over and over again. I at least concluded that they had moved into a culture of complacency and, sadly, mediocrity. Of course, the TSA has to do its job, but Congress has to do ours as well. Congress must ensure that this agency has the resources it needs to accomplish its security mission, and I want you to let us know whether you do have the resources, including right-sizing the number of screeners. I look forward to hearing from Administrator Neffinger about what more he needs to continue the improvements he has put in motion. And I anxiously look forward to hearing from Mr. Roth about the work he is undertaking to assess these changes. I do believe that we are well on our way to making the TSA a better organization. And if it is a morale question, I'd like for you to address that forthrightly, Mr. Neffinger, Admiral Neffinger, and let us know what you plan to do about that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. We now recognize our witnesses at today's one panel. We're pleased to welcome Mr. Peter Neffinger, Administrator of the Transportation Security Administration, and Mr. John Roth, Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security. We welcome you both. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. You've each testified here previously, but if you would please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witnesses each answered in the affirmative. As you know, we like to limit the oral testimony to 5 minutes, but of course your entire written statement will be entered into the record. Mr. Neffinger, Administrator Neffinger, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I sincerely appreciate the committee's oversight of the management practices at TSA. This issue has been of great concern to me as well. I commit to you and the American people that under my leadership, TSA has established high standards of performance and accountability. I also want to thank Inspector General Roth for his support. I greatly value the oversight that his office provides to improve our agency, and I have been working closely with him during my tenure. My leadership perspective is shaped by more than 3 decades of national service and crisis leadership. Throughout my career, I have emphasized professional integrity and duty to mission as foundational elements of service for myself and for the dedicated civil servants and military members I have been entrusted to lead. Since taking the oath of office on July 4th of last year, I have traveled throughout the country and around the world to meet with employees at all levels of our agency. I have been impressed by their patriotism and their sense of duty. These are servants who every day perform demanding tasks under difficult circumstances, and I deeply respect and appreciate their work. They have risen to the challenge of service to a mission and have taken an oath of office and loyalty as a condition of employment. Their success requires the utmost professionalism from all of our employees, from frontline officers to the most senior leaders. My overarching priority is to fulfill the core mission of TSA to secure the nation's transportation systems. In just 10 months, we have undertaken a range of transformational efforts. I immediately prioritized our counterterrorism mission. I set a renewed focus on security, revised alarm resolution procedures, made investments in new technology, and retrained the entire workforce. We are holding ourselves accountable to high standards of performance and are supporting our frontline officers in their critical counterterrorism mission. We have reinvigorated our partnerships with the airlines, airport operators, and the trade and travel industries, and are working closely with Congress to address our security mission. We simultaneously undertook a broad evolution of the entire TSA enterprise with respect to that mission and our people. I am systematically and deliberately leading this transformation, and I have made it clear that we are focused on our security mission. Most importantly, I'm investing in our people. With Congress's help, I directed a complete overhaul of our approach to how we train our workforce at all levels of the agency. We established the first ever TSA Academy on January 1st of this year. This intensive training will enable us to achieve consistency, develop a common culture, instill core values, and raise performance across the entire workforce. Establishing a culture of mutual respect and trust between leaders in the workforce instills confidence and pride and is a prudent investment in the future of the agency. I also ordered a review of all personnel policies and practices. This led to a number of significant changes, among which are elimination of the arbitrary use of directed reassignments, restrictions on permanent change of station relocation costs, and significant controls on bonuses at all levels. We are overhauling management practices. I've conducted an independent review of our acquisition programs. We're building a planning, programming, budgeting, and execution process. And we're building a human capital management system to address recruitment, development, promotion, assignment, and retention. And to ensure the effective integration of our leadership team, I have brought in new leaders from outside the agency, a new deputy administrator, new chief of staff, a chief of operations, a new head of intelligence, and other key positions. And with respect to the intelligence, I want to note that our intelligence office just received a very prestigious award from the National Counterterrorism Center for the work that they have done to analyze recent attacks on the aviation system. I assure this committee that under my leadership, TSA treats its employees fairly and affords them every legal and available means to exercise their due process rights. We review management controls regularly, revise them when needed, and fully investigate and adjudicate misconduct at every level. And I hold those who violate standards appropriately accountable. With respect to leadership, my experience tells me that good leaders set high standards and inspire people to perform at their best. I have demanded much of my leaders over the past 10 months. I have set high standards for them. I expect them to work hard, and I supervise them closely. Finally, we must deliver a highly effective, intelligence-driven counterterrorism and security capability every day. To do so, we must have fully trained, highly motivated, professional employees supported by a mature and efficient agency with a common set of values. My guiding principles, which I expressed in my administrator's intent, are focus on mission, invest in people, and commit to excellence. We are pursuing these objectives every day. As administrator, I will continue to do so until we achieve and sustain success in every aspect of this agency, in every mission, in every office and location where we operate, and with every single employee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for the committee's support of TSA's mission. I look forward to your questions.
Thank the Administrator. We'll now recognize the Inspector General Roth for his testimony. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here to testify this morning. 1 year ago, I testified before this committee at a hearing on TSA's programs and operations. During that hearing, I testified that we remain deeply concerned about TSA's ability to execute its important mission. I noted that TSA had challenges in almost every area of its operations. At the time, I testified that TSA's reluctance to correcting security vulnerabilities that our audits uncovered reflected TSA's failure to understand the gravity of the situation. 6 months ago, I testified before this committee and stated that I believe that the new administrator had begun the process of critical self-evaluation and, aided by the dedicated workforce of TSA, was in a position to begin addressing some of these issues. I predicted that the new administrator's most critical and challenging task would be to create a culture of change by giving the workforce the ability to identify and address risks without fear of retribution. Today, I still believe that to be true. However, we should not minimize the significance of the challenges that TSA faces and the grave risks that failure brings. The task is difficult and it will take time. In the meantime, my office will continue to conduct audits, inspections, and investigations and bring an independent look and professional skepticism to our reviews, as we are required to do. In light of Part 1 of the committee's hearing, I would like to discuss our office's work in investigating misconduct within the TSA workforce. As you know, we are organizationally independent from both DHS and TSA, and as such, have a crucial role in ensuring that crimes and serious misconduct will be investigated by an independent fact finder. The department employs more than 240,000 employees and an equal number of contractors. We have fewer than 200 investigators on board and available to conduct investigation, so this amounts to approximately 2,000 employees for every OIG investigator. In fiscal year 2015, we received almost 18,000 complaints, about 350 complaints per week. A substantial number of those complaints allege that DHS personnel engaged in misconduct. Last year, we initiated 664 cases, and our investigations resulted in 104 criminal convictions and 37 adverse personnel actions. Some of these investigations involve TSA personnel. In the last fiscal year, we received about 1,000 complaints either from or about TSA employees. We typically accept for investigation only about 40 of those cases per year. Our criteria for case selection involves an assessment of the seriousness of the allegation, the rank or grade of the individual involved, and whether OIG's uniquely independent role is necessary to ensure that the case is handled appropriately. We value the contributions that whistleblowers make in identifying fraud, waste, and abuse. Federal law provides protections for employees who disclose wrongdoing. Specifically, the agency may not retaliate against employees by taking or threatening to take adverse personnel action because they report misconduct. The IG Act also gives me the absolute right to protect the identity of our witnesses upon whom we depend to expose fraud, waste, and abuse. In TSA, for example, we investigated a whistleblower's allegation that a notorious felon was granted expedited screening through PreCheck. The traveler was a former member of a domestic terrorist group, and while a member, was involved in numerous felonious criminal activities that led to arrest and conviction. After serving a multiple-year sentence, the traveler was released from prison. The TSA officer gave us the tip because the officer recognized the traveler from news coverage. We investigated it and found that the officer was correct. Because of TSA's policies at the time, this traveler was given expedited screening. We were able to write up a report and give notification both to the Department and Congress, including this committee. Thanks in part to this whistleblower's complaint, we were able to illustrate the dangers of this policy, and TSA has ultimately rethought the issue of managed conclusion. I would also note that the chairman's description of the bonuses that Mr. Hogan received and our investigation of it was as a result of an alert DHS employee who notified us of that situation. When I arrived at OIG about 2 years ago, I was concerned about how we had been managing our whistleblower protection program. My goal is to make sure that we have a whistleblower program that is good or better than any in the federal government. To that end, we have instituted a number of changes in the last 6 months to ensure that whistleblowers who have claims of retaliation are listened to and that their claims are fairly and independently investigated. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony. I welcome any questions you or other members of the committee may have.
We thank you both, and now recognize Mr. Micah of Florida for 5 minutes.
I'm sure, Administrator, you heard or watched the proceedings when I had 3 TSA officers in here. As I said in my opening remarks, one of my major areas of concerns is your intelligence and analyst office and that capability. I'd never heard more damaging testimony than I heard under oath from on that matter. You know, they have, and we have detailed information that we've acquired about some of the personnel that are there, and obviously the qualifications and the background are lacking. What do you want to say to this?
Congressman Micah, thank you for the question. I had questions about the capabilities across the entire organization when I first came in. As you know,
Are you currently reviewing the qualifications and the allegations?
I have a new chief of intelligence that I brought in who is an intelligence professional. He's here. I can report with...
I think that I would like an outline to the committee. I mean, the screening function is fine, and you may find some knives and some guns. They're not going to take down an aircraft. But intelligence is the government responsibility. We don't have good intelligence. And again, I cited an older GAO report where known terrorists are going through the system. This was a risk-based system. So can you provide us with an outline of what you intend to do to correct this situation?
Yes, sir, and I'll also provide you with examples of how we have built an intelligence enterprise, which I think is one of the best in the country now. And I can say that
Well, again,
it's been recognized recently by the National Counterterrorism Center with one of their prestigious awards for the analysis that they've done.
Again, it's just most troubling. The other thing, TSA has been giving this line, I've seen it in the press, that it's a lack of funds that right now create some of the problems in the lines. That's been put out by TSA, hasn't it?
No, sir, I have not said that it's a lack of funds.
Well, I've seen it from TSA. It's actually staffing. Last night, like at Reagan, at 7 o'clock, they closed some of the lines. TSA cannot staff to traffic.
So
I mean, I've seen it all over. I had an anecdotal report last week of a member that told me that at one airport, they were backed up lines forever. The other side of the airport, there was a concourse, and there were not thousands standing around, but everybody standing around, and someone can't shift them. And in the lane that the individual was, lanes that the individual was leaving in, 2 were closed. I've been at National Airport. I've seen the same thing. People can't make a decision to staff to traffic. The other thing, too, is we've got to look at the money that you're spending. The last account I had, we were spending $1.1 billion on administration and $1.9 billion on screening. That's a lot of administration. We need to pare those numbers down. The bonuses that the chairman said, $80,000. I asked the staff, well, how much can we pay screeners? You're losing 30% of the screeners, 30% of the screeners, and 38% of the non-TSO employees leave their job within 1 year. So you could be training these people, and like the chairman said, you've got a boat, you know, with a leak in it, and it's going to sink. But again, how much is, let me ask this question, how much is the bonus you can give to a screener? I'm told $300 a year.
No, it can be higher than that. I don't have the exact number for you.
Can someone tell us the exact amount?
I
But I'm told it's about $300 a year. You're giving, that guy got, we'll knock off the 1 month, so he got $80,000 in bonuses, and I got people that are doing the work, not sitting in an office. And I want a full accounting of all the people working in the Washington area. One time, there were 4,000 people within like 10 miles of here working for TSA, making on average 103,000. I'd like that figure into the record. Can you provide us with that?
Yes, sir, we'll provide that.
And then finally, I'm not a management analyst, but these folks testified too that you went from a risk-based system to the system we see out there with these long lines and everything. We've got the summer coming, and they said, if you think, was it the day after Thanksgiving was bad, that we're going to see that every day. What is Plan B? We've gone from a risk-based system now to shaking and thoroughly examining everyone, and no Plan B. Can you tell us about Plan B?
Well, we're still a risk-based system. In fact, we still have TSA PreCheck. We are growing that population. We've doubled the enrollment of that population over last year. And the risk-based approach is the more people I get into trusted traveler programs, the more I can move them through expedited, and the more we can focus on those who aren't. We discontinued the practice of arbitrarily assigning and randomly assigning people from an unknown population into that expedited population. That was called managed inclusion. That pushed a lot of people back into the standard screening lanes. We have a significantly larger population of travelers this year than we had previously, and has grown substantially. It grew faster at a higher rate than was predicted by those who set the predictions for our budgets, which have been built, as you know, in the past. When I came into this organization last year, I found an organization with 5,800 fewer screeners than it had had, fewer frontline officers than it had had 4 years previously, and that was in the face of significantly higher traffic volume. One of the first things I asked Congress to do was to halt any further reductions to the workforce, because it was my suspicion that we did not have enough people to staff our lanes. My suspicion was correct. We do not have enough people currently to staff our lanes. And we have been systematically scrubbing our budget to hire more.
I respectfully disagree and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this important hearing, and nothing is more important than securing the lives of American people. And I want to thank Admiral Neffinger and IG Roth for your work to really make the TSA security system more effective. I would like to remind my colleagues that TSA was built not for speed or created by government, but to protect our citizens. Almost 3,000 people just in New York City alone were murdered on 9/11 merely because they woke up and did what each one of us are doing today in this room. They went to work, sat at their desks, and they were murdered. Not on a military site, but at their work site. And this happened at other sites around the country. And if you remember, I would go to the airport just to see what was going on. It was closed down. No one would fly. Our commerce was crumbling. Our air system was totally dead. Everything was dead until government came in and started putting security measures in place to protect the American people. 500 of my constituents died on 9/11, and hundreds of friends and acquaintances of mine merely because they were Americans going to work. This is horrifying, and we know that our airlines continue to be a terrorist target. We know. I talked to the pilots. They tell me they continue to test the system all the time to see if there are weaknesses, and they find it often after they leave the plane and see where they were meddling. So I want to thank both of you for your focus on security. I would also like to remind my colleagues that when we created TSA, it was hotly debated. For months, there was a division between both sides of the aisle. Some thought it should be privatized. Others thought the government should have this responsibility, since our main responsibility is to protect our citizens. If our police and our fire are maintained and supported by the government, surely the TSA, that plays a vital role of making sure that American doesn't get on a plane that's going to blow up should have that same type of support from the federal government. So I want to thank Mr. Neffinger for your statements before this committee where you, and I'm going to quote you because I thought it was such a good line, you said you are readjusting the measurements of success to focus on security rather than speed. And I will say to you, I don't see TSA pandering to any passengers. I get stopped all the time. Sometimes I say, why am I being stopped? They said, it's a random number. You're that random number. Sometimes the bells go off. But like every other American, I have not seen anyone protest the fact that they were stopped. They realize that they're there to help make it more secure for us. And I study the lines like all of us. I travel every week back and forth. And we have long lines. TSA has really helped. The pre-check. Sometimes the pre-check line is longer than the other lines. The pre-check line is really growing, as you said. But I study my fellow residents, and I don't see them angry. If they lose their flight, miss their flight, they should have been there earlier. We're all supposed to be there an hour earlier. We rarely are there an hour earlier. And they're not upset. They realize that they're stopping people to make sure they don't get killed when they get on that plane. So I, for one, just want to support the oversight strength of our nation. The IG's office came out saying it wasn't strong enough for security. The Admiral has responded. He has 10 points that he's implementing. And I just want to ask Admiral Neffinger, what adjustments have you made to ensure that screeners are assessed on the security results that they achieve? And I want to reiterate, I have never, since 9/11, it's been 15 years, I have never seen a resident or foreigner, whoever is in that line, object that they are being stopped or that someone else is being stopped, and because of their feeling that there's an emergency, they may miss their plane. The one complaint I hear is it secure enough? What's the oversight? Every now and then someone gets on a plane with a knife or some weapon and it gets all over the papers and people start calling my office, how did this happen? Because if people do not believe that their planes are secure, they're not going to fly. Commerce is going to hurt. The country hurts. And fear is terrible in undermining the American spirit to get things done. So I really want to know, what are you doing to improve security? If you need more people, let us know and give us a report on how you can keep the security at the top level, but you may have to have more people. I just know in New York it's a busy place, but oftentimes there are only 1 or 2 lanes open because they don't have the people to staff the other lanes. But no one's complaining about a pressure on security. I want to thank you for the job you do. If anything, you should be tougher, in my opinion.
Gentlewoman's time's expired, but the administrator may answer.
Thank you. I'll provide a fuller comment for the committee's record, but let me just highlight a few points that we're doing. As you know, following the results of the IG's test last year, the first thing we did was a true root cause analysis. What actually happened? What I found were systemic problems in agency focus, in agency training, and in the way in which we deployed our equipment. So the first thing we did a retraining of the entire workforce. That took 2 months. It was a rolling stand down, 8 hours at a time, every single employee, including myself. I made all my senior leaders go through it as well. We called that Mission Essentials. We have followed up with a quarterly version of Mission Essentials, and we now focus on various aspects of the checkpoint. We have dramatically increased our covert testing, internal covert testing, and we do immediate feedback into that. We provide, as I say, I work from the positive side of the equation. We provide rewards for those people who perform well, and then we turn those people into trainers for the next round of folks. We do immediate feedback, and we do that consistently. I get daily measures of performance: workforce readiness, workforce performance, and workforce accountability. We've changed that. It's no longer based upon how long the lines are that you're working. That's a separate issue, and we deal with that at the management level. But for the frontline workforce, I want them to know that I want them to focus on their mission. I will support them in doing so, and we'll provide them the best possible training. We also trained them on the equipment, how it operates, and we gave them hands-on understanding of what the limitations were. But there's a more fuller answer for you, which I'll provide. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll now recognize gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Nevinger, can you tell me how many TSA employees make $100,000 or more a year?
I'll have to get that number for you for the record, sir. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Can you make a rough guess?
I can make a rough guess. Maybe, I don't really know, sir. I'll have to get that for the record for you.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how many TSA employees got bonuses in the past year?
There were, as I said, I've restricted the number of bonuses that we do. I'll get you the exact number. It was a significantly smaller number, and it was based upon performance. It wasn't based upon special act awards.
Can you tell me, have you personally fired any TSA employees for misconduct or rudeness or incompetence since you've been in office?
There have been a number of people who have been fired from the agency at all levels over the past year. I came in, and one of my first tasks was to determine what my agency looked like. I hold my leaders, as I said, to high standards, and I have demanded a lot of them. I'm confident in my current leadership team. I'm certainly confident in the people I brought in to help lead that team. And to date, I've been satisfied with their performance, although we have a long way to go.
When you heard Mr. Micah say that you're spending almost as much on administration as on actual screening, what's your response to that? Do you think is that accurate?
Well, I agree that any leader needs to look hard at the way in which his resources are being spent. I have done so. As I mentioned, I've done a systematic review of our entire agency and the management practices of this agency. We've taken a hard look at the budget, and in fact, I've moved a lot of resources around, and I've been working with the appropriators and my oversight committees to ensure they understand where those savings can be found. I think there's more savings to be found in my budget. Some of that administrative oversight is required to manage the contracts that TSA has, but I think that there's always room for examination of that, and I intend to do so.
Were you surprised when the Inspector General mentioned the 18,000 complaints and 104 criminal convictions?
I think that was across the DHS enterprise, not all TSA. We're a subset of that number. I'm always dismayed by misconduct in an agency. We're a very large agency of about 60,000 people. It doesn't surprise me that we occasionally have people who don't act well. I'm concerned about its effect on morale. I'm mostly concerned about how you deal with it when you discover it. And I've committed to the Inspector General that I will work very closely with him on understanding what the nature of those allegations and misconduct are.
I've served on the Aviation Subcommittee ever since I've been in Congress and chaired it for 6 years, and I can tell you that you have well over twice as many screeners now as when it was privatized, and yet there are more complaints and longer lines now than when it was privatized. Do you have any explanation of that?
Well, I think there's a couple factors there. One, there are significantly more people moving through the travelers now than
well, not
before.
that many more percentage-wise.
Yes, sir. Actually,
there's been an increase, but I can tell you there's not been that. There's been a big increase, but not a 2.5 times increase over when it was privatized. I can assure you of that.
Well, we'll get to the exact number, but I think you would be surprised at how much more volume we're seeing. And there's a lot more to worry about at a checkpoint than we ever had before. There's a lot more threats to the system. This is one of the most dynamic threat environments I've ever seen. So the nature of passenger screening is much more complex than it was 15 years ago, prior to 9/11.
Have you reviewed the testimony of the witnesses that we had in here a few days ago, and particularly the testimony by the one administrator that you spent $12 million on a restaffing of a floor that should have cost $3 million at the most?
I have reviewed the testimony, and as I mentioned, I put significant controls over expenditures, over costs associated with those expenditures at all levels of the organization.
Now, also, I heard that there were just about as many contractors as numbers of employees, and yet I have read and heard that many small businesses feel they're having trouble getting meetings set up or getting phone calls returned. Do you have, or would you be willing to set up a small business ombudsman or a small business outreach office to help so many departments and agencies, when they become so big, just the big giants are well connected enough to get meetings and get phone calls returned? And I'm wondering if you're doing something about that.
Yes, sir. Actually, thank you for that question. I have good news to report on that front. That's one of my concerns, too, coming in. My time in the Coast Guard, I spent a fair amount of time on the acquisition side of the House, and we had great concerns about small business participation, so it's a particular interest of mine. We do have a small business outreach office, and what I'm pleased to report is that we met our small business participation targets last year for the first time ever, and we continue to do so. I don't think there's enough competition in the current marketplace, and I think that there's a great deal of entrepreneurial and creative ideas in the small business world.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Administrative Neffinger, you've talked about the idea that more and more people are traveling and that TSA needs more workers. I wanted to concentrate a little bit more on PreCheck. How many passengers are currently enrolled in PreCheck?
We're currently at about 2.4 million people enrolled in PreCheck.
And what number do you think that can grow to?
Well, we've done a lot of work with the U.S. Travel Association and other associations connected with the airline industry, and we think we can get the number to 25 million by calendar year 19.
And what are you doing to encourage passengers to join the program?
Well, we've done a lot more to advertise the program. You need to continually advertise something for people to be aware of it, and I think, in my opinion, failure to do so over the past few years consistently has reduced the awareness of people for it. So there's two factors. One, you have to advertise it, has to be available, and then you have to have places where people can sign up for it. And those were the two areas that I think that we needed to do a lot of work on. We've been working very closely with U.S. Travel Association, individual airlines, the airline associations, and the airport associations to increase their advertising. I'm pleased to report that all of the major airlines are doing their own versions of advertising. Some of the major airlines have offered the opportunity to exchange miles for PreCheck. We've gone out to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and to a number of the large corporations. Microsoft Corporation, for example, now buys PreCheck for all of its travelers, for its frequent travelers. So those kinds of things are helping considerably, and our enrollment rate now is running about 165,000 per month, which is more than double what we saw this time last year. We think it needs to get a little higher, but between that and the other trusted traveler programs of the government, such as Global Entry and Nexus and Sentry, we believe, and the associations agree with us, that we think we can get this up to 25 million, which would dramatically change the way we can operate the system by calendar year 19.
I typically fly in and out of O'Hare or sometimes Midway, and what my colleague said about sometimes the PreCheck lines are actually longer than the regular lines, but the other thing is all of the carry-on luggage. Because of what the airlines charge, people are carrying more and more luggage on and stuffing more and more things in the luggage, and according to the New York Times, the big four airlines, American, Southwest, Delta, and United, made $22 billion in profit from their charges. And I wanted to know, that's one of the sources of growing profits in the airline, and what portion of that goes from the airlines goes toward paying any airport security? Do they contribute in any way?
I think currently the airlines do not make a direct contribution to airline security. There's a passenger security fee that's charged on every ticket. It's capped on a round trip. We are seeing more baggage come through the checkpoint. I will say that the airlines now are being very diligent about enforcing the 1+1 rule, and that's helped considerably. We're also experimenting in a number of the large airports with what we call a travel light lane, which gives those individuals who have just a simple carry-on like a briefcase or a purse or something the opportunity to have a dedicated lane, which allows us to move significantly more people through. It's the carry-on baggage that is one of the major slowdown points in a checkpoint.
I wonder if we should do more calling on the airlines to help address the consequences of their business decisions on the TSA screening process, because the more they charge, the less people are going to check their bags. I think American is $35 for a piece of luggage. What do you think about that?
Well, it's a decision of the airlines to make those fees. I can talk about the impact of people carrying a lot of baggage through the checkpoint. I will say that I think the airlines are aware of this. I've had a number of conversations with the CEOs of each of the major airlines. I understand why they made that business decision. I tell them what the impact can be upon us, and they've committed to working with us to ensure that they find ways to reduce that stress at the checkpoint.
And it's something they should look at, because if everyone carries luggage on, that slows up people getting on the airplane and the on-time record and on and on and on. So
That's right.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Chairman. Mr. Neffinger, TSA employees report that directed reassignments have been used improperly to force out disfavored employees. Do you believe this is an ongoing practice at TSA?
I discontinued that practice explicitly, and in fact, I put strong controls on it. I will say that I think an operating agency needs the ability to move people periodically to places where their skills are needed or for exigent circumstances, but you need strong controls over that. It needs to be done in an open and transparent way, and it needs to be done in a way that is not used for retribution or punitive measures. But
So
I stopped that.
I'm glad you went that way, because I'd like to illustrate Mr. Brainard testified before this committee that he was issued a directed reassignment from Iowa to Maine in 2014 with no apparent need for justification, even though the move caused him significant financial hardship. His replacement and the person he was replacing were issued similar reassignments. In your opinion, was this an appropriate use of directed assignment, and if so, what's your justification?
In my opinion, it was not an appropriate use of directed reassignments, and that's why I changed the policy.
So now, Mr. Brainerd has also testified that he had an excellent performance evaluation. He was reassigned to a smaller and less complex airport. The person replaced did not want to leave, and the person reassigned to replace him reassigned because accepting the reassignment would cause him hardship. Can you further explain the decision to move forward with this reassignment?
Again, that happened before I arrived. As
Oh, well,
administrator,
it may have happened before, but I mean, you're responsible, are you not, sir?
Well, I'm responsible now, and as I said before, I'm not conducting directed reassignments in that manner. If I have to, in fact, I have not directly reassigned anyone under my leadership.
Now, Andrew Rhodes was issued a directed reassignment in February of 2015, which was stayed by the Office of Special Counsel due to concerns of retaliation for protected whistleblower activity, and ultimately rescinded by the TSA. Can you explain how Mr. Rhodes' reassignment was approved?
Again, I would defer to the person who made that decision. I don't allow that policy under my watch, and we're supporting Mr. Rhodes in his complaint, which stands before the Office of Special Counsel right now.
Now, part of the justification for Mr. Rhodes' reassignment was to sever past loyalties due to suspicions he was a source for the media, which he denies. Do you consider this an appropriate justification?
Well, again, that matter's being investigated right now by the Office of Special Counsel. If they find that to be true, then of course it wasn't appropriate.
So was Mr. Rhodes' directed reassignment approved by the Executive Resources Council?
I believe it was brought before the Executive Resources Council under its then mandate, and then recommended to senior leadership beyond that.
Now, have you disciplined anybody at TSA for their role in this reassignment?
Again, I'm waiting for the results of the Office of Special Counsel investigation. Depending upon what they find, it may point to appropriate discipline.
I mean, if there's, in many cases with law enforcement, people are put on administrative leaves. Has anybody been put on administrative leave or anything like that?
I have not placed anyone on administrative leave.
Now, do you stand by the validity of these reassignments, or do you have any reason to believe that they were improper?
With respect to the ones you're talking about,
Yeah.
again, I will await the Office of Special Counsel's review. I think it's important that we look for an independent review of that to determine whether or not there was improper use there. I will tell you that I don't think the manner in which we were doing directed reassignments prior to my arrival was justifiable. And even if it was appropriate, it wasn't done in a way that was open, transparent, fair, and otherwise controlled, which is why I changed it. And we put significant controls on that process now.
And do you, on updates on reassignments, are they periodic or are they a daily basis? How are they done in your office?
I get a report on those. I will tell you, I've not done any directed reassignments. So right now, the update is that we aren't doing that. And I've created a process by which someone can recommend a reassignment, someone can request a reassignment, and then it goes through a series of checks and reviews. That includes the Office of Human Capital, the Chief Financial Officer, the Executive Resources Council, and ultimately comes to the Office of the Administrator for decision.
Well, I thank you. I'm just running out of time, so I'll yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. We now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings from Maryland.
Emerald, I want to get down to the meat of what happened the other day when the whistleblowers came in. There was a theme running throughout their testimony, and they were very forthright, really good people. And they came to us begging almost for fairness. But one of the things that they said was that there are some leadership folk, and they said it's not a lot of them, that try to undermine the things that you're trying to bring about. And they felt very strongly that if these folks were not there, things would run a lot smoother. And so I want to just ask you, one of them said this workforce is waiting out Mr. Neffinger because they think the elections are coming. Other whistleblowers expressed similar concerns. And Administrator, have you heard this type of concern? And hear that you're doing a great job, but that the problem elements at TSA are just waiting you out? And how do you put in systems that go beyond your tenure? Because I know you're used to doing that. You did it with Deepwater Horizon and the Coast Guard. You made sure that we had procurement officers that were trained properly. You set up a mechanism by which there was an inside the Coast Guard training apparatus, and now they're doing fine. So how do you do that here? And keep in mind what they said. They weren't so much complaining about you, they were complaining about some folks under you. So how do you deal with that? And do you have any idea who these whistleblowers were talking about?
I don't know who they were directly referring to, Mr. Cummings, but let me tell you how I approach leadership at this organization. The first thing you have to do is set very clear standards, which I have done since I've been there, and very clear expectations, and to define a vision and a mission for where you're going. And it's directly related to getting our security mission done. And then I hold people accountable for reporting back to me. So I will tell you this. I sat down with each of my leaders, the people who report directly to me at headquarters and who are responsible collectively for the performance of TSA. And I looked each one of them eye to eye. And I've done this repeatedly, and I do this weekly, and I do this sometimes daily. And I've said, this is what I expect of you. If you fail to perform, then I will hold you accountable. And I hold them accountable by requiring them to report back to me with very specific measures of performance. I will tell you to date, and I've driven them very hard. I know that because I know how hard I'm working, and I know how long they're there. And if I'm there at 8 o'clock at night and I call somebody, they're there at 8 o'clock at night, and then we do that until we get it done. So what I'm seeing is a leadership team that, if driven and pointed in the right direction, is doing what I'm asking them to do. Now, how do you ensure that stays there in the event, I'm not here after the elections? First of all, you inspire the workforce to the mission that they first took the oath of office for. You can remind people of the oath of office they took, and I remind everyone that this is a workforce that committed themselves to one of the most challenging missions in the country. And then you have to build the institutional controls, and you put them into policy, and then you get that policy stamped by the Department of Homeland Security, and you turn to people like the Inspector General, and you turn to people like the Secretary of Homeland Security, and you ask them to review your policies, and then you put controls at the department level over this. And then you bring in leaders below you that are career employees that will survive you, that are on the same page you are, which I've done. I have a new deputy administrator who came in from outside the agency, and she has a stellar reputation in the federal government. And then you I brought in a chief of operations, again, a stellar operator who is a man of superb integrity and who then is responsible for encouraging that going forward. I will provide for you a list of those kinds of actions we're taking, but I think that the way you ensure that it survives is that you don't let it be the decision of one individual anymore, which I don't.
Well, let me ask you this. One of the things, and I think that, first of all, I think every member of this committee, and I know for a fact, the chairman feels this way, and certainly because we've talked about it a lot. If there is retaliation, we have a major problem with that. And we will do everything in our power to protect whistleblowers. And I guess my question now is, when I heard about this reassignment, and I know you're not doing it anymore, I mean, some of that stuff really upset me. Because basically what they were doing was, it sounded like, intentionally tearing up families, dividing them, and, I mean, really putting some hardship on people, which was, I mean, unbearable. And they were spending, I think one case spent $100,000 to do a reassignment that didn't even make sense, except to retaliate. I want to know what your position is with regard to retaliation, how do you deal with that? And we want to be assured that if there are people who are doing that, and I'm telling you, I think you will get, and I think I know, you'll get every member of our committee backing you up. But we want to know what your position is with regard to that, and have you found any of that so far? I mean, yourself. I know you may have heard some things. I don't. But go ahead.
Well, I don't tolerate that. It's illegal. It's unethical, and it's in all the categories of the kind of people you don't want in the organization. The people who were doing most of those direct reassignments are no longer with the agency. They left before my arrival. I'm very interested in the results of the Office of Special Counsel investigation into the existing cases with the individuals who appeared before you. Depending upon those findings, I will take immediate action against that. It will not be tolerated. I don't tolerate it. It's why I stopped the practice. I don't know how extensive it really was, because we know the people that have come forward. But I can tell you that it doesn't happen under mine. I made that very clear to everyone. I also directly support the rights of individuals to come forward. That's valuable information you get from people who have the courage to step forward and tell you what they think is wrong with the organization.
So just, I'm going to finish with this, Mr. Chairman. So you're saying that if there are people watching this at TSA who feel that they are being wrongfully retaliated against, or some action taken against them that is illegal and improper, you're saying you have an open door?
They can come directly to me, exactly. And I will then, in fact, turn directly to Inspector General Roth, and I will ask his assistance in investigating.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief, and then I will yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Florida. Mr. Chairman, I think we're probably all prisoners to a certain extent to our own personal experience. So while I am open and interested of the experiences and expectations of others, I've never had a problem in any of the airports I've ever traveled to. I use Greenville-Spartanburg, I use Charlotte, I use TCA. The folks are professional. My friend from Florida mentioned that there may be some members of Congress and perhaps other people who consider themselves to be dignitaries who either expect or accept preferential treatment. The members of Congress that I travel with don't expect it, and they wouldn't accept it if it were offered to them. And the member of Congress has a little bit of obligation, herself or himself, to say, no, I'm going to stay in the line like everybody else. So I'm quite certain that your department can do better. I'm quite certain that you have a plan to do better. I'm also quite certain Congress can do better. So I'm going to focus on fixing us, and I trust that you have a plan to fix TSA. And my experience with them is you have a really hard job with a zero margin for error. That's not much margin. So with that, I would yield to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman. Actually, I want to take a minute and compliment Mr. Cummings. Sometimes he and I disagree, but rarely. But his line of questioning, Mr. Neffinger, I'm not here just to bust your chops, but his line of questioning was from the other side of the aisle, and what we heard raised great questions, and it was documented by staff, the amounts of money that were used to pay, to transfer people in retribution. It was, and then the other thing too is sometimes, I was telling the chairman, I think you're a good guy. I think you were a good guy to be sent in to clean up the mess. But sometimes the leader is fed mushrooms and kept in the dark. I'll put that as politely as we can. And Mr. Cummings described to you what we heard is going on, that you're being fed this information by these people who are protecting their rear ends. I'm trying to put this in terms that can be transmitted on C-SPAN of the family community. But again, this is our concern. I helped create TSA. I'll never forget, Mr. Mineta and I went out and I think it was like we had a goal of 20 or 30 minutes from curb to the gate. That was our gate. That's when it was under the Transportation Committee. And we actually went out and did a thing. And it can be done. We don't have to hassle the 99% of the people. We're supposed to be looking for the ones that are getting through. And again, you have an attrition rate of an average of about 10%, right? For screeners? Average, across the board. Tell us, if you can't tell me now, I want to know what the attrition...
It is the average of it. It's higher in the part-time
Okay, and you have
workforce.
4,500 full-time, or 45,000 as your cap. You have 4,500 vacancies at any time. 30% of them are dropping out after you train them, and 38% of the non-TSO. That's what we have from you. So again, it's a tub that the water is draining, and we're not going to get. That's why it's very hard to administer all those people. And staffing to traffic. They can't staff to traffic. And you heard one of your defenders, Mrs. Maloney's, sometimes the pre-check line was longer than the others because no one adjusts. It's not a thinking organizations, and I don't know how you get it. I'm an advocate of private screening under federal supervision, of which hopefully could make better decisions. But I want to also know the total number of bonuses that were paid in 2015, 2014. I want to know how much that's for management personnel and your highest level. Then I want to know the maximum and minimum amount for the screeners. These guys do work hard, and the staff's telling me their max is in the range of $300, and this guy's getting $80,000, and we're screwing the guy that's doing the work and the job. If we paid them better, maybe we could retain them. I know some of the private screening companies pay more than the TSA schedule. They have to pay the minimum. It's not done on the cheap. You're aware of that, aren't you? You have that flexibility to pay more?
I have some flexibility. I don't have much flexibility.
Maybe you need more. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. We're now
Would my friend from Florida just yield for 1 second?
the gentleman's time.
For Mr.
I just want to
Conley, I would
correct them.
yield any time. I would do anything, Mr. Conley.
The C-SPAN word for screwing is eugering.
Thank you. For the record.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Admiral. Thank you, Inspector General. Good to see you again. you realize this is an equal opportunity committee, so when we criticize you today about having long lines and taking too long to screen people, next week, if there's a breach, we will haul you up here again and lambaste you for not being more thorough. So we have that flexibility up here, and you do not. But I think, based on what I've seen, and I've been a critic at times, based on what I've seen, Admiral, the work that you're doing, and Inspector General, you continue to do, I think we're going in the right direction, but we got a lot of work to do. The question we had at a previous hearing was regarding, let me ask you up front, we seem to rely a lot on the whistleblower, and I'm wondering, in the Aviation and Transportation Security Act, it says that employees may be hired and fired, basically on the will of the management at TSA, any other law in existence notwithstanding. So as I understand that, they do not have protection under Title VII, the Civil Rights Act. They do not have protection under anti-discrimination law by the language in the law. It says, notwithstanding any other law. To the contrary, they could be fired. And you want to speak to that, Admiral?
Yes, sir. They do have protection under civil rights and under the Equal Opportunity Act. In fact, we have explicitly put that into the way in which we govern the agency. So they have all the due process rights and protections.
Have you adopted that? Because you just had a case in court where they threw the case out because they said employees were not covered by that.
Well, I'll have to look at that case, but I believe they are fully covered, and it's one of the questions I asked.
They're not covered by the statute. I'm not sure
given the unique nature of the statute. No, but it's been adopted it was adopted by previous administrators.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. That's helpful, because if they don't have statutory protections, obviously they're going to have to rely on the whistleblower protection or the 40 cases that Mr. Roth is able to take up each year, and that's not nearly the protections that they would need, right? Let me go back. We had a case a while ago. I think there were like 70 or 71 employees who were on that no-fly list, terrorist watch list, that were actually working at some of our airports, and you came in and you changed that system. And I want to ask you, were those employees, were they removed? And I realize, let me fully explain. The reason that was given was that TSA was not privy to those lists on which those employees who were on the terrorist watch list or the no-fly list were allowed to be employed in airports in secure areas. But when you went in, I understand it from our last conversation, we cleaned that up, and I just wanted to know how it was cleaned up. Were they fired, or what happened there?
Well, just to clarify, they actually weren't on the no-fly or the watch list. They were in what was called the TIDE database, the Terrorist Information Data Mart environment. And this is information that may or may not indicate a direct association with terrorism. So one of the first things we did was I wanted the FBI's read on every one of these individuals. And the answer back was that none of them met sufficient information to actually directly call them a terrorist or associate of a terrorist. So that said, we look back at it. Many of them no longer hold their credentials. 2 of them had their credentials removed, and the remainder have actually been scrubbed out of the database on the advice of the FBI. But it was very valuable to get information. What it did for us, though, is it allowed us then to get automated access to the categories of that separate database, which then ultimately could feed into the terrorist watch list or the terrorist screening database, and now we do a full automated review of every single credential holder against that database. And if anybody pops up in any category, it allows you to take a harder look at them, which we do, and then we go back to the intelligence community and to the FBI, and we do a scrub on those individuals.
Because we have to admit, there's a higher level of sensibility here, allowing these folks to actually work inside secure areas.
Yes, sir, and that was exactly the question that I had about that, which is why, and I've been working very closely with Director Comey and the National Counterterrorism Center to pay attention to that.
Mr. Roth, you did a great job on the screening tests at the big airports. And, you know, we had a very high failure rate the last time you did that test. And I know, I'm not sure if enough time has gone by to allow Admiral Neffinger to sort of adopt a new protocol among the screeners. Has that happened yet? Have you done any new tests to sort of take a measurement of how we're doing?
Sure. What we've done is two things. One is the natural follow-up that we would do in any audit. So, for example, with regard to the penetration testing, we have reviewed TSA's 22-point plan to increase security at the checkpoint. Additionally, we are planning more covert testing this summer of a similar scale that we did last summer, so we'll be able to tell exactly how we're doing.
Great, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you. Now I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been amazed to know how much money has actually been spent in some of these previous relocations. Reassignments that nearing $200,000 per relocation. Have you directed any of these reassignments during your tenure?
I have not, no, sir.
And Mr. Brainerd reported that the relocation expenses for his reassignment to Maine exceeded $100,000. Is that true, as far as you know?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, and would you agree that that's an illegitimate use of taxpayers' dollars?
It's in excess of what should have been spent. In fact, I've capped any relocation reassignment costs.
How are involuntary relocation decisions approved now?
Now the process is first and foremost, it has to be looked at by the Office of Human Capital. I want them to see, is there a need for the relocation? Second, has the individual that they're thinking about relocating, is that something the individual desires, wants? What's the skill set that you need? Why would you do that? Second, I have to have a CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, has to sign off on the ability to actually pay for it, and it has to be within a reasonable cost, and then when we've set limits on those reasonable costs. And then finally, after it gets reviewed by my executive council, we make the final decision in the Office of the Administrator.
Administrator Neffinger, it sounds like that you are trying to develop or implement a plan for the future, which is part of it cleaning up from some of the things in the past. Probably the biggest thing that concerns me is the issue with Mr. Hogan. Do you believe that Mr. Hogan's performance bonuses of $90,000 is justified for the taxpayer?
I don't think that level of bonus was justified, period.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. As the leader of the OSO, didn't Mr. Hogan have a key role in directed reassignments?
He had a role in directed reassignments. It wasn't the only role in directed reassignments. Those came out of a different office.
When you said a role, can you expound just for a moment for me?
Well, I mean, moving the Office of Security Operations ultimately has to get the people moved from one location to the other, and perhaps has to carry out the order to make the movement happen.
Is it fair to say that he had a key factor in this?
I think he had a role in this. Yes.
Okay. All right. In looking at that, in his situation and his involvement, I'm sure you've considered replacing Mr. Hogan as the director of OSO, given his responsibility for screening failures, role in directed reassignments, and his questionable bonus payments. Is that fair to say?
I'd like to back up a little bit, Mr. Walker, and talk about. I
appreciate that, but I want you to answer the question. You're welcome to expound, but I asked a direct question there.
My first task was to see what my leadership team was able to do, and everything I've asked of Mr. Hogan since I've been here, he has done that. I look at all of my leaders and determine whether or not they're suitable for the job.
I appreciate it, but there's been some past violations. Have you had discussions? Is there part of groups that said, listen, this is a decision that we may need to make as far as removing Hogan for these past transgressions?
Well, the Inspector General took a look at the situation with respect to that. I think that there were people responsible for that who were no longer with the agency.
With all due respect, and I know you're doing a great job of for Inspector General Roth, I'm asking about you. What has your role been in Mr. Hogan's previous indiscretions here when it comes to some of the spending expenditures? Have you had discussions, or is there any plan to remove him or put him on probation? What's the decision here?
I do not currently have a plan to remove Mr. Hogan. He has performed to my expectations since I've been there, and I have not seen any indiscretions on his part in the time that I've been in TSA.
So even though we acknowledge there's been some, do we just kind of put a
Well, I
blank
don't know that
slate?
I don't acknowledge that he had indiscretions. I think he carried out some orders, and those orders resulted in people being reassigned, sometimes for good reasons, sometimes maybe for ill-considered reasons.
But even
and
carrying
we had
out
a lot of
orders,
costs.
it reminds me of the movie A Few Good Men. These young Marines were still, in the fictitious movie, there for carrying out the code red. If he's following orders but still doing something wrong or going after people, there's still some accountability. Is that not fair?
Well, and I think that some of those issues have been investigated, and they were recommended. We've filled out those recommendations as necessary from the Inspector General. I have not seen any direct misconduct on the part of Mr. Hogan in the time that I've been there.
Well, no, and I appreciate that at the time that you've been there. Our concern with the facts that we have is before you arrived, and it was not so far distant past, that there were some of these indiscretions as we've used going on. My time is expiring. I do hope that there will be some kind of looking into Mr. Hogan as far as some of these things that went on, especially these involuntary relocations. Mr. Cummings talked about even potentially tearing some of the families apart, because I do think there is some responsibility on his part, even if he was carrying out orders. I've got 10 seconds left. I do want to compliment Inspector General Roth. Every hearing I go to, you and your staff are properly prepared, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And welcome, both of you. Admiral Neffinger, let me start by saying really appreciate the management reforms you've undertaken and the spirit with which you've taken them. This is a big enterprise, a difficult enterprise, a critical mission with a lot of unsatisfying aspects to the job. Very few human beings are going to make a 30-year career out of telling people to take off their belts and shoes. And yet it's critical to the mission of security of the American people. And so, not easy. Keep people motivated to have a salary structure that makes sense. And I, for one, very much appreciate what you've done, and I hope you don't leave with the new administration. And as a matter of fact, if you do, I hope you will give Paul Wiedenfeld a call at Metro and join his team, because we need the kind of management reforms you've undertaken at TSA. One little plug that I always make, and I have seen in my own experience a big change, which I appreciate, in how we're treating the public. But we still got work to do. But I have really been impressed at different airports I've gone to where, and I just think when you create a more hospitable, friendly climate that invites people's cooperation, you get it. And there's always a risk if you get a hostile public or a resentful public that something can go wrong. Why not go the former if you can? And I just thank you for that, and I hope you'll keep that sense of the culture present. We're not dealing with cattle, we're dealing with people. And we need their cooperation, and we want them to feel good about the experience as much as they can. And I think we do have a long-suffering public that gets it about the security mission and is willing to put up with a lot more than I would have guessed. But we should make it as easy as possible without compromising security, and I think that ought to be the ethos. And so I commend it to you, and I thank you for the progress that's been achieved. Let me first ask, by having said all of that, I think there is a growing concern as a management challenge what's happening in terms of wait times. So, for example, 600 passengers missed their flights in Charlotte, North Carolina, on Good Friday because of wait times that exceeded 3 hours. Now, Ms. Maloney said she doesn't know anyone who complains. My guess is there were 600 people that day on Good Friday in Charlotte who did. It's one thing to understand I'm going to be discommoded and inconvenienced to get through a security line to protect me and everybody else. It's quite another to pay. The price of that is it's moving so sluggishly and glacially, I'm going to miss my flight. American Airlines says 7,000 of its customers missed flights in March alone, the month of March, due to long waits in security lines. Seattle and Atlanta have indicated they actually may seek authority to try to privatize passenger screening to expedite this process. Could you address that? Because I think we have to agree that's not acceptable. It may happen, but if that becomes routine, that just doesn't, now we're going to get real public resistance.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks for the question. We've seen huge increases in passenger volume. There's no doubt about that. And at peak times, we're seeing more people moving through the system than we've ever seen before. Just to put it in perspective, 4 years ago, a big day in this country was about 1.6 million passengers going through screening checkpoints. We're well above 2 million passengers daily right now. So that's just a volume increase. And I do think we need to grow the staff slightly to get up to that, and we're working hard on that. In fact, we've been, once we got our appropriations bill passed in December, we began accelerated hiring, because as you know, if you're going to reduce by another 1,600 or so people, we cut into that number well in advance of the fiscal year. So we're hiring, and we're meeting our hiring quotas. I think the good news is we have people who actually want to come to work for TSA.
But it seems to me, and I know you know this is a good management principle, I think we got to a priori set some metrics. 3 hours is unacceptable. So we got to be setting for ourselves a time frame that is acceptable. We don't go beyond that. And whatever the staffing required, I mean, Mr. Mike correctly talked about staffing to traffic. This is part of that.
That's right. And we've been working very closely with the airlines, the airports, to understand when those peak loads are coming through and to make sure our staffing meets that. I think we've improved significantly just in the past few weeks. I'm not aware of any wait times of the length that you're talking about right now, and I track them daily. And I look at passenger volume daily, and I look at across all of the airports.
You may want to check Good Friday in Charlotte.
I will do that.
According to this report. One final question, if the Chair will indulge me, just real quick one. Inspector General Roth, do we have an anonymous hotline within TSA that people can call when they feel something is untoward, sort of under the broader whistleblower category? But, I mean, you know, in my county, there's a hotline you can call if you think someone's doing something untoward, and you're protected with anonymity, and it's followed up by our Inspector General.
Yes, absolutely. We have a hotline that is manned as well as a website, so you can use either of those ways to complain or give us information that we will evaluate.
And there's guaranteed follow-up.
We will take a look at it. We get 18,000 complaints a year. We can't guarantee that every single one of those complaints will be thoroughly investigated, but we certainly look at them and evaluate them.
Very fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've got a very great facility for the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, but I think the TSA, frankly, is not utilizing it to the full potential, certainly not to the potential that would be helpful. But how long, on an average, does a new hire have to wait before they begin training at the TSA Academy?
Well, I've got good news to report on that. So as you know, that academy stood up for the first time ever on January 1st of this year. So this is new for us. And we are pushing now 8 concurrent classes, about 200 officers a week. It takes about 4 months to onboard somebody new, and we typically bring them on board, and they have to get their security background checks and the like, and then we get them right into a training class shortly after that. So we're actually seeing the ability to move people right in, and we're scheduling.
So 4 months is the average wait?
It's on average 4 to 5 months, but during that time you're going through the background checks and the like to determine that they're fit for hiring.
So how many? What percentage of TSO go through FLETC?
Well, now it's we're doing
10%.
No. Now we're putting 100% of our new hires through FLETC. It used to be the case that we trained, at various places on the job around the country. We are going to make a couple of exceptions because of the need to get some more officers out in front of the summer travel season. So we're taking the FLETC curriculum and we're doing it locally in a couple of key locations. But we are.
Is that local training as effective as the FLETC training?
We're using the same FLETC.
I know the correct curriculum, but is it as effective?
Well, from my opinion, it's not ideal. I would like to do everything. If we're building out capacity, and FLETC's been working with us to allow.
How many airports have requested the authorization to utilize local training?
I think I've got 2 airports right now that have asked the authorization.
2, okay. Have any been denied?
What we've said is that we will do it on an as-needed basis. We aren't currently doing any local training classes because we've been working with FLETC to increase the class offerings there. So
is there a clear policy to determine the as-need basis?
There is a clear policy, yes, sir.
Okay, could you submit that to us?
Yes, sir, I
And
will
let
do
us
that.
have a copy of that. In regard to the bonuses, I'd like to go back and ask a couple of questions regarding Mr. Hogan. You're aware that the $90,000 in bonuses were broken up in increments of $10,000 each. Could you explain why the agency did it this way, why it was broken out that way?
Well, as I understand it, and as you know, that was done under previous leadership, but as I understand it, it was because the maximum amount of allowable at any given bonus was $10,000.
Okay. So is this some sort of scheme to give him, well, could you explain smurfing?
I'm sorry, say again?
Smurfing?
Smurfing? I am not familiar with the term.
Okay. So if there's $90,000 broken up in $10,000 increments, is that the type of thing that would need approval from DHS?
It does now. I will tell you that there is nothing in my experience that finds that justifiable. It's why I stopped the practice. It doesn't matter if it didn't violate policy.
All right, so why do you say that? Why is that not justifiable? What does that appear to be to you?
It just doesn't pass the front page test for me.
Looks like something's being hidden.
I just don't like it. I don't think it's right, and I stopped that practice. And I make sure now that all of our bonuses have to be approved at the department level, and I have severely restricted them within TSA.
Mr. Roth, I'd really like to hear your comments on all of this.
As we looked at our report, I mean, it was clearly an attempt to circumvent the departmental regulations on approval. So
Okay.
smurfing is breaking up specific financial transactions to something below the reporting requirement, which is what happened here.
Right.
The individual responsible for that, by the time that we did our investigation, was no longer employed at TSA. And the regulations that existed at the time were so loose that it was technically permissible, even though clearly the intent was, I think, wrong.
So the intent is to hide?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what smurfing is, and I appreciate you bringing that. Is there anything currently preventing the agency, back to you, Admiral, from disguising these bonuses in forms of payments, be it relocation or any other method where it's really just a disguise for bonuses?
Yes, I've expressly prohibited it, and I made that very clear in policy. I'm happy to provide that policy for the committee's record, and I require oversight from the department before any bonus can be awarded to a senior executive.
I would like to have that policy submitted. So you are saying your testimony here is that there is no disguise taking place?
Not under my leadership, and I made clear that we put that directly into policy, and I made sure that no single individual can approve a bonus award for a senior executive without oversight, and it has to be approved by the department. I've not even given myself the authority to make the final approval. It goes to the department for oversight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank both of you for being here. You know, we all agree that security must be the top priority, and there's no disagreement about that. Mr. Roth, when you testified here in November, you were critical of certain programs that granted passengers access to expedited screening lanes when they had not undergone risk assessments. You also commended Administrator Neffinger. You said he, and I quote, deactivated certain risk assessment rules that granted expedited screening through pre-check lanes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on March 24th, the Bureau of Transportation Statistics issued a report that said U.S. airlines and foreign airlines serving the U.S. carried an all-time high of 895.5 million system-wide. So, Administrator Neffinger, passenger volumes have been increasing, but the number of screeners in the TSA workforce has dropped by nearly 6,000 over the past 4 years. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And why did this occur?
I'm sure there were good reasons for people before me to reduce that. I think it was predicated on a prediction of higher numbers of people getting into expedited screening than we've seen. It's just a fact that we're a smaller agency on the frontline workforce than we were before, and that we have significantly more people moving through the system.
And you know, I heard my friend Mr. Gowdy from South Carolina talk about he doesn't encounter much trouble. I travel through St. Louis Lambert Field weekly. It seems to have a shortage of employees, especially for the pre-check line. Probably 90% of the time, that line is closed, and each time staff gives me the excuse that they don't have enough personnel, enough security officers to check people. So it's very frustrating to my constituents who have paid the extra fee for pre-check. Is there a shortage of staff for airports like Lambert?
I think we have a shortage of staff across the system right now. We're moving people into the areas of greatest volume and greatest need. We are hiring back the people that have been slated to be attrited out this year, and we're pushing out about 200 new officers every week. So what I'm hoping to do is build back a sufficient staff to meet the peak staffing that we need. We currently cannot staff effectively across the system to the peak volume periods.
So in your opinion, was TSA screener workforce sized appropriately to handle increasing passenger volumes?
Well, I think the budgets were predicated on what was predicted to be 2% volume growth. I think we used the Bureau of Transportation Statistics predictions, and you remember these budgets were built a couple of years ago. The actual volume growth has been significantly higher than that. So in my opinion, we're not at the right size. That said, I appreciate all the great comments about our workforce, because we have a really dedicated workforce, and they're doing a very challenging job out there and doing it quite well. I'd like to get them some more help.
Well, okay, then perhaps you can help me. I annually give a career fair in St. Louis. It's the largest one held. Would love to involve your local staff in coming out and looking at potential candidates, and I'll follow up with you on
Yes, sir.
that.
Thank you.
On May 4th, Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson issued a statement responding to increased waiting times, and he said this: TSA is increasing the staffing of TSOs to help expedite the checkpoint process without sacrificing security. Mr. Neffinger, what is the size of the screener workforce TSA needs to handle projected passenger volumes while ensuring that only passengers who are subjected to risk assessments are sent through expedited screening procedures?
Well, Congress just approved a reprogramming request which will allow me to hire another 768 screening officers this summer. We'll get them out in the workforce, we hope, by the middle of June. That will significantly help us. We've also been working with the airlines and the airports, and they are taking on some of the non-security related duties, which helps free up more of my officers to go directly onto the screening checkpoints. We think the combination of those two and the use of our passenger screening canines should significantly alleviate some of the challenges that we're going to be facing over the summer.
Thank you both for your response. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Admiral and Mr. Roth, for being here. Appreciate it very much. Admiral, let me ask you, would you agree that having expert and standardized training for TSA screeners like we have at FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, that's very important to make sure that we have personnel that's fully prepared to keep our airports safe?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I bring that up because the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, I know you've been there, and
Yes,
of course it's in my district, and I'm very proud of that. I look at that as being one of the areas that we are getting right in the federal government. I mean, to go down there, and I want to invite my colleagues here on this committee particularly to visit, and we'll try to schedule a trip down there for everyone to see just what an outstanding job they are doing down there in the way of training. And I mention that because I want to make sure that we're not confusing these well-trained employees with the problem that we're having that I consider to be more in performance and more in management in particular. When you talk about having a shortage of employees, that's not because they're not well trained. That's a management problem. Exactly. When you talk about employees not showing up on a holiday and having a shortage during the busiest travel time, that's a management problem. So I just want to make sure that we understand that there's a difference here, that they are being trained well. FLETC is a great facility. It's used by over 94 different agencies, and so training's not the problem. The problem here is a management problem and a performance problem.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for recognizing that our frontline workforce, I believe it to be one of the best in the world. I really do. I've seen their dedication. I've talked to them. I've been down to FLETC multiple times now. I meet with as many of the classes as I can when I go down there, and that is a world-class institution, which is why I was really excited about the opportunity to stand up a full-time academy down there. And Connie Patrick, who runs that outfit, is one of the best in the world.
Absolutely.
And we're looking forward to continuing to develop that. My goal is ultimately to train every single employee of TSA through that academy.
Good.
That's the plan in the future, and we've got a pretty aggressive plan, a pretty ambitious plan, but I'm getting a lot of support from Congress on that, and I really appreciate that.
Well, I just want to make sure we differentiate between the training portion of it and the management.
Yes, sir. That's exactly
once they get there,
right.
because we obviously, as you can tell, a lot of upset people here today, and obviously we have a management problem at TSA, and we're depending on you to get that straightened out.
And that's what I've been tackling. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let me pivot for just a second and talk about something else, a different subject. A couple of weeks ago, we had some employees of TSA here who had testified before us, so you're familiar with that, and they talked about the involuntary directed reassignments. Some of these that we had to testify before us had gotten excellent marks, and in fact had gotten awards and being recognized for their outstanding performance, their job performance, and yet they were reassigned against their will. And the thing that concerns me is not just that the upheaval of having to move somewhere else for these people. Obviously, that is a very trying time for families and for employees, but the cost in it. What we were told is that their relocation costs were well over $100,000. Is this really happening?
I believe it did happen. I share the same concerns you do. I stopped that policy completely. We don't do directed reassignment. Now, that said, I think it's important for an operating agency to have the ability to move people periodically. You have to do that. I mean, it's a security agency.
And I think they understand it, but what their concern was is they were being disciplined as a result.
No, and that's what my concern was too. So I put some very strong controls over that process. I'll share with you the nature of those controls so that we don't take up too much committee time. But I will tell you that I'm as concerned as you are about that. Those reports greatly distress me. I stopped that process. It's not going to happen again.
Good. So we can take your word that it's over with.
Yes, sir. You can absolutely take my word on that.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, thank you for your dedication to FLETC because, and again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to get that together, but I want everyone to understand what a great facility this is. This is an example of the federal government working.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to examine the hiring and the role of human resources at TSA in more detail. In 2008, during the Bush administration, TSA awarded a $1.2 billion human capital service contract to Lockheed Martin. Under this contract, known as HR Access, Lockheed administered the agency's process for recruiting and hiring, and it's also responsible for personnel and payroll processing services, such as position classification. Administrator, is that correct?
That was the case, yes, ma'am.
So many of the improper personnel practices that the whistleblowers alleged at the last hearing, including improper hiring and directed reassignments, would have occurred while Lockheed was providing these services to TSA. Is that correct?
It was during the same time period, yes, ma'am.
Okay, on January 29th, the Inspector General issued a report about the TSA's contract with Lockheed Martin. The report states that among other performance deficiencies, there were incidents in which Lockheed Martin failed to handle personally identifiable information properly. Is that correct, Mr. Roth?
Yes, ma'am.
The report also found that Lockheed Martin, quote, failed to consistently refer the eligible veterans on job announcement. Ultimately, the report stated that Lockheed Martin hiring team, and I quote, reported a total of more than 150 veterans who were not referred on 6 different job announcements. Mr. Roth, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if Lockheed Martin failed to follow our federal regulations in regards to the competitive service hires, particularly veterans, preference, this is simply intolerable. So, Administrator, are you familiar with the Inspector General's report?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when does the TSA's contract with Lockheed Martin end?
It's coming to an end this year, and we are completely restructuring our approach to that. I would like TSA to own more of its hiring, recruitment, and personnel policies, and so we're restructuring that completely. It's part of the plan to completely overhaul the human resource management program of the agency.
In lieu of the contract ending with Lockheed Martin, is this going to be put out to bid again, or, and when you say assume, do you have the capacity and the resources as far as budget to be able to take on more of these responsibilities in hiring?
We don't have all the capacity we need, and what I'd like to do is, if I can get back to you with a fuller answer for the record, we can show you what the plan is, what the strategy is for moving forward beyond the HR access contract.
I want to be on the record that the issues that were brought forward in the hiring process, and we being a federal agency, is totally unacceptable. The fact that we are ending a relationship with an industry or company that did not meet our benchmarks is refreshing, but I don't want to hear that we're taking on the responsibilities ourselves and then come back later with concerns because you weren't able to handle the capacity.
Yes, ma'am. I share those same concerns, and we have to do this in a very deliberate way, in a way that protects our workforce as it currently exists and our potential workforce for the future.
Mr. Roth, did you make any recommendations based on your findings on what TSA could do to improve their hiring practices?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We made 5 different recommendations. TSA agreed with each of those recommendations, and we're in the process of doing an audit follow-up to ensure that, in fact, TSA is doing what they said that they would do.
Thank you. And I look forward to moving forward under your leadership and protecting a group of employees in our federal government, as so many others are, but the TSA, being a member of Congress and in the airport constantly, the respect I have for that agency, the need for good, firm leadership, and the accountability that we saw through this situation. We need to move forward, and I support you in the future. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Inspector General Roth, I want to go on record to not only thank you, but your entire team for your service. I have great admiration for your role and the roles of your colleagues across the federal workforce. But I have a top 5 list, and I would say you and your team are in my top 5 list for not only doing insightful work, but thorough work, actionable work, and follow-up work that provides a real tool for members of Congress, and so I want to make sure that the record reflects that.
Thank you.
Administrator Neffinger, are you familiar with Federal Air Marshal Robert McLean?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that the courts have overturned TSA's assertions that his whistleblower disclosures were not prohibited by law?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that it's been over a year since an administrative judge has indicated that those disclosures should indeed be protected?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you're aware of all those, and in light of the fact that Mr. Cummings asked, do you tolerate retaliation, in what scheme could you not see the fact that he has been reinstated, but yet no raises, he still continues to be paid at a position, and not put in a position that he would have been in had he not been fired? At what point can you justify that that is not retaliation?
Well, I don't believe it is. I believe he was reinstated as required by the...
At a pay that he was at 2005. Do you know any other TSA employee that is at a pay that he was at in 2005?
Well, I'll double-check the pay on
No,
that.
you don't have to double-check, I know.
But I'm, off the top of my head, I can't give you the exact pay of any of TSA employees.
Do most TSA employees get a raise?
Well, you get the annual cost of living increases that are authorized by...
So would you
by
say that
law.
if he didn't, would that be retaliation?
Well, I'll check to see. I would be surprised if he
yes or
didn't
no?
get...
If he's getting paid the same that he got paid in 2005, is it retaliation?
I'd have to see the facts of the case. I wouldn't
Well, I'm giving you the facts of the case. Is it retaliation or not?
Depends
Because
on-
let me tell you, what really bothers me is I protect my whistleblowers. And for you to get up here and talk about how wonderful the rank and file is, and how you're looking out for their best interests, and to see evidence that retaliation continues to go, it has a chilling effect, wouldn't you think?
If in fact there is retaliation, I will look in.
Well, why is the Office of Special Counsel having to open a full investigation?
On Mr. McLean?
Yeah. Why are they have not do a full investigation?
Are you talking about the one that was already done?
I'm talking about the one they're about to embark on.
Well, if they're opening one again, it's because he's made an allegation that there's been retaliation. I support his due process to investigate that. I am not familiar with the specifics of this.
Well, don't
current
you think you ought to
situation.
be?
I'm familiar with the fact that we've reinstated him and that he now is in position to compete for whatever position he desires to compete for in the organization.
Administrator, let me just tell you, that testimony is very troubling to me, because what I'm not going to tolerate is retaliation on whistleblowers, and that's what it looks like to me.
Well, I don't tolerate it either, and I promise you, I will, following this...
So can you get back to this committee within 30 days with a way that you're going to rectify it so the Office of Special Counsel doesn't have to do a full investigation?
I will follow up on this colloquy to determine what the actual situation currently is.
So do I have your commitment?
I have your commitment that I will get back to you with what I have found.
An action plan.
And if necessary, an action plan. Yes, sir.
Within 30 days to the chairman.
Well, I will get back to you exactly with what I find. I'm interested in
Well, that's
what
not
you
an
just
answer.
told me.
Oh, okay, what's a reasonable amount of time there,
Well, I can do
Administrator?
it within 30 days. As I said, what I want to do is look at, this is new information that you're providing to me that I'm not aware of. I need to look
Yeah,
at this.
you've done your
and see.
research. This would not have been a shock that this might have come up today. Is that a shock to you?
Well, I'm aware of the previous issue concerning this federal earmark.
Let me dispense with the rhetoric, get it fixed where we don't have to waste taxpayer dollars on a special investigation into this. You're the guy in charge. We're going to hold you accountable, and I'll yield back. I'll expect a response to the committee in 30 days.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Russell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share my colleagues' concerns, obviously, about whistleblowers. I think while everyone who has the mantle of responsibility certainly wants to do right with their organization, when we do see individuals that have the courage to come forth, they have to be protected. I think that's the bipartisan motivation of everyone on our committee today. I want to take questions more on the security end and take it in a little bit different direction, however. Inspector General Roth, I too share my colleagues' opinion of the competence of your office and your personal diligence. The record has just been outstanding. But my question today deals with vapor weight dog teams in terms of security, and you'll see why here in a moment. Did the IG in the reports make any recommendations on vapor weight dog teams and how they should be deployed or how they should be used at different airports?
We have not looked at that issue. My understanding is that GAO may have done some work on that, but we have not.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Admiral Neffinger, as a preface, first off, I take some comfort knowing that you're at the helm of this organization. I don't think anyone who has advanced to your level as an admiral in our Coast Guard, who has protected our shorelines and protected our borders, has anything other than the interest of the defense of our country, and I appreciate that. I also think that it probably gives you incredible insight in dealing with a myriad of problems in a very complex and at times lethargic organization. In Oklahoma City, in my district, the vapor wake dog team issue came to mind because Acting Federal Security Director Steve Courtright had cited that it was the IG's reports as the reasons for the elimination of vapor wake dog teams from airports such as Will Rogers World Airport. And it was due to the need for performance and screening and getting people through, and therefore these airports would have to lose their dog teams. And in the case, although we had Will Rogers, that was one of the charter 5 original airports in the training of these teams. They trained 4 such teams very effectively, allowed great throughput. The entire program was eliminated from that airport, and I suspect it's probably not the only one. So my question to you is, why would a federal security director make the claim that it was the IG and their findings that would call for the elimination of that program, and why would we not want these teams at airports that might have less capacity other than a huge airport, but they also might have greater vulnerability for infiltration? It seems to me that security-wise it makes good sense, and I realize that this is not part of the normal stuff, but it is very important for security.
Well, I'm not sure what the Federal Security Director's discussion was. Let me tell you from my perspective what we've done. I like we call them passenger screening canines, vapor wake dogs. These are dogs that work the passenger line, and they look for trace odors, and they follow them back to their source. It's a tremendous resource. It's a great explosive detection technology that we have, and it can move people very efficiently through a security line. I don't have as many of those dogs as I'd like to have, and so so this is my decision, so I'm the guy you need to look at for this. It was my decision to take dogs from some airports that aren't seeing as much volume as some of the largest airports for the coming summer, in order to meet what we know to be the real passenger volumes that we're going to see in these large airports. It was never my intention to eliminate their use. So right now we have about 322 total dogs that TSA operates. Most of those were trained to do cargo sniffing, not passenger screening. We're in the process of converting as many of those as we can to passenger screening canines. It takes about a month or so to do that.
And I appreciate that.
And we're continuing to do that.
I would just ask, and again, security has been much of my life and a lot of my interest here in Congress. I would ask that we would consider, if I were an enemy, I would infiltrate in small or regional airports simply because there's a better chance of infiltration than in a large one. And deploying all the assets, once you get in the loop, you're inside the loop, no matter where you originated or flew from. And so I would ask that you relook some of this specifically in a vulnerability stance, not necessarily a regional or political stance. That's irrelevant, in my view, when it comes to security of the nation. But we ought to relook rather than putting everything where we expect to have a problem and maybe leave areas vulnerable where we don't. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my time.
Thank you. And now I recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Well, I'm the guy you've been waiting on, the last one. Mr. Neffinger, how many different assistant administrators have led the Office of Intelligence and Analysis since TSA was created?
I don't have that exact number. I'll get that for you.
It's 11. And I ask that because it concerns me that the office would suffer from that rate of turnover. Would you agree with that?
Turnover in offices is always challenging.
Well, particularly the office that's responsible for your intelligence and analysis. Have you looked into that?
Yes, sir. In fact, I've brought in a new chief of intelligence this year, and I mean, he's an intelligence professional, and one of the things I asked him to do was to ensure that we build a world-class, high-quality intelligence operation, and he's in the process of doing that.
That's Mr. Bush.
That's Mr. Bush, Tom Bush. Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any significant security violations committed by OIA officials?
I'm not sure if you're referencing anything in particular.
I'm asking you if you're aware of any security violations committed by OIA officials.
I know that prior to my arrival, there was an individual who was in charge of OIA who had been disciplined by the agency.
So that answer would be yes.
Yes.
Do you believe OIA should abide by the professional standards of the intelligence community in handling classified information? Wasn't that what the issue was?
It was
classified information?
My understanding that was not the issue that was about. No, sir.
Well, then what were the circumstances related to the departure of former Assistant Administrator Stephen Sadler?
Oh, I was with Stephen Sadler. I need to familiarize myself with that case. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, there were multiple security violations that took place under his leadership. What percentage of TSA's intelligence and appropriation is used for vetting, and what percentage is used for traditional intelligence?
I'll get you the exact number for the record, but a significant amount of our activity is spent on vetting, understanding the vetted population, but we also have a strong analysis branch that works very closely with the intelligence community members to provide specific intelligence assessments of transportation security challenges and risks.
One of the, I'm going to transition a little bit here. One of the things that I'm concerned about is in our last hearing, there were repeated reports that there are only 3 U.S. airports that currently require employee security checks. Are you aware of that?
That's actually not correct. Well, it depends on what you mean by security checks. We vet anyone who holds a credential that gives them access.
I'm talking about requiring them to go through the same kind of security that, say, a staff member.
So this would be screening of individuals as they get on the property?
As they're reporting for work. Yeah, I should have been more clear.
Okay.
Apologize.
There are currently, I think, 3 or 4 airports that do that the airport themselves do security screening. There are other places where employers provide security screening. And we are at varying levels across the system right now for direct screening. Everyone has access requirements, and that's a fundamental requirement. And those access requirements are with their badge, and those badges give you access to certain locations. And then there are some airports that have gone beyond that to do actual screening. We in TSA do random screening throughout the sterile area of the airports as well.
Well, but that gets back to my concern. Every member of my staff, every member of any member of Congress's staff has to go through a screening process. Their bags are screened. They have to take metal objects out of their pockets. They all have badges, okay? And that's part of my concern is that out of the thousands of people who work for TSA, does it not create any concern? I mean, it was reported that there were a number of TSA employees who had some tie to terrorist groups. And it just seems to me that they ought to go through the same screening process that
well, we have no TSA employees that have ties to terrorist groups. We vet our people daily, and if we ever found that, they'd be gone.
Well, I'm just telling you that in our last hearing that came up, that it was reported that there were some who had some connection to terrorists or potentially had terrorist ties. And I'm bringing this up in the context of out of the thousands of people who work for TSA, all of whom have security badges, it just makes sense before they enter these critical areas that they go through a screening process like everybody else. Their bag goes through the machine, they go through the machine like everybody else.
Okay. Congressman, I want to make sure I understand what we're saying. First of all, there are the people who are not TSA employees who have access badges to airports, and we vet those people continuously against, there's a population of about 900,000 or so in the aviation system that have access badges of some type. And it's varying types of access, and they're not all accessing the same locations. Those people are continuously vetted against the terrorist screening database. They are now continuously vetted against extended database elements, the so-called TIDE database, and they're also recurrently vetted against the criminal database. We're piloting a continuous vetting pilot with the FBI.
We're not talking about the same thing.
And then TSA employees are also vetted against those.
We're not talking about the same thing. I mean, it's also been reported that there's thousands of badges that have been lost or stolen that, let me say, that haven't been accounted for. My question is, when they report for work, do they have to put their bag on a conveyor to go through a machine to see what's in the bag, and do they go through them?
In some locations they do, and in some locations they do
Well,
not.
then my contention is it ought to be all locations. I yield back.
I haven't asked questions yet, so I'd like to recognize myself now for probably more than 5 minutes. So let's talk about the involuntary reassignments or the directed reassignments. You've spoken about that. You said there is or is not evidence that that was done as a retaliatory action.
I do not have any direct evidence. What I'm waiting for is to see what the results of the Office of Special Counsel investigation tells me with respect to a couple of the people who have made such allegations.
Well, the Office of Special Counsel has already stayed Andrew Rhodes' directed reassignment as well as Becky Roaring's suspension due to evidence that there were cases of improper whistleblower retaliation. Are you telling me that they haven't given you the final report? Is that what you're waiting for, or?
I am waiting for, as Mr. Rhodes has an outstanding investigation which is still pending. In the meantime, I was pleased to see that prior to my arrival that had been stayed, and he's still located in the.
What about Becky Roaring's?
Same with hers. I understand that hers is still undergoing review as well.
And you have no other evidence of any other?
I myself do not have
retaliation. Do you have any other evidence of any other types of retaliation above and beyond the directed reassignment tool that they had used?
I don't have personally any knowledge of any other retaliation. If I see it, I will take action to address it.
Mr. Roth, do you have anything to shed on this?
I do not. I don't have any evidence that I could share, at least today.
Okay. Administrator, we have, particularly over the last 6 months, I've got kind of one-page, two-sided page here of outstanding requests that we have from this committee. We will give you a copy of this. I don't expect you on the spot to respond to it, but there's some that have had no, handing you a copy there. Again, I don't expect you on the spot, but we need help getting these responses in a timely manner. Some have been good, but others have been not so good. Some we've had nothing on. We get very frustrated with having to do in-camera reviews. We handle classified intelligence on a regular basis. I just need your support in responding to these outstanding requests.
Yes, sir, I will.
I want to go back to what Mr. Palmer was talking about. You said you vet daily. When somebody, I want to get a crystal clear picture. When somebody applies and goes through the process of working for the TSA, they get what sort of background check?
It's a standard national agency check. It's the same type of check you do for people coming into the military first time. You do a criminal history background check. You check their name against the terrorist screening database. You look for any disqualifying activities, offenses, or the like in their background prior to coming.
And there are some infractions that would still be acceptable to be hired as a TSA
There are. I can't enumerate those off the top of my head, but there are some.
If you can provide that, whatever the current standard is.
Yes, sir, I will.
And then you said you vet those daily, but how do you, if somebody were to get arrested, somebody had an assault charge or a murder charge, or, pick something heinous, how would you know that once they've been hired?
You mean after they've been hired?
Yeah, after.
Well, we do recurrent criminal history background checks. I believe it's I believe it's an annual basis. I'll verify that. And then we do daily recurrent. I mean, it's just a continuous check against the terrorist screening database for our employees.
450 or so airports. I'm not sure how many ports you're dealing with. How many of these? You mentioned 900,000 security badges of all sorts.
In the aviation system.
In the aviation system. So how many of those do you have a sense of how many of those have biometric information, whether it even be as simple as a photograph on them?
Well, they all have photographs. As you know, those are issued. These are the badges that airports and airlines issue their individuals, and it's set individually at each airport. So a badge that you have for Atlanta Hartsfield will not work in any other airport. So these are issued by employers, and the airport, usually the standard is set according to, there's a federal security standard that they have to meet in order for the badge. So they all have to have photographic IDs, and they all have to have a biometric identifier associated with them, but not all of those biometric identifiers are necessarily in use for access purposes at every airport.
When you say biometric, one of the issues in the past is they didn't have readers. They didn't have electronic readers for each of these.
Well, I don't want to confuse this with the TWIC card. The Transportation Workers Identification Credential is not a credential that's used in the aviation system. That's the one that is primarily used in the maritime transportation system and people who are interacting with that. That one does not currently have a readers for it. So that biometric in the maritime world is not currently in use. So it's still it's a badge or a card that's issued with a background check. It has a biometric on it, but not all the readers are out there. But in the aviation system, so that's a government-issued card. It's a joint program between the Coast Guard and TSA. It does not apply to aviation workers. That's a much larger population of people who hold that TWIC card.
So you shouldn't be able to use it at an airport, but it is in the maritime.
You cannot use it in
And what about shipping, cruise lines, things like that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, truckers that interact with the ports and the like.
Okay. That is one of my bigger concerns, is the access that so many people have. I mean, Dulles Airport alone, my understanding is there's some 16,000 security badges out there. To Mr. Palmer's point, what he was talking about is, why not check people who go, why not check TSA employees as they go in and out? And you check a pilot, I stand there and, they go to the front of the line, as they should. Pilots are checked. My goodness, if we're trusting somebody, it's trusting a pilot. Why not check each person?
Well, we do check each person. They do recurrent drug testing. We vet them against the databases. We watch them every day. Remember, these are people who are standing in the security checkpoint day in and day out, and we pay close attention to them.
But if some, pick whatever you want in a backpack and they just walk past, you would never know, correct?
Well, that's not necessarily true. We do a lot of integrity testing. In fact, we have a pretty good integrity testing program, I think. And if we find people doing wrong, we get rid of them.
You're checking and screening every person that goes through, except the TSA people.
Well, they're checked by definition when they show up in the morning. They're vetted every single day. Like I said, we look at them every single day. They're probably some of the most watched people in the transportation system, because they're under the watchful eyes of supervisors, they're under the watchful eyes of the other screening workforce. So I believe that we're doing a very good job of keeping track of those folks. These are really good people, and they've taken us.
By and large, I'm sure they're really good people, but again, when you have a zero tolerance for, you have to keep security at its highest level. I just don't understand that. We check a pilot, we check the flight attendants, but we don't check the TSA folks going in. And you have had arrests. I mean, there have been problems. It's not as if it's never happened before. your ability to move drugs or weapons or anything else across that line. Mr. Roth, do you have any insight into this?
I don't know, Congressman.
I want to move to dogs, if I could. I'm a huge fan of dogs. The person I want to sit next to on the airplane is the person who has had their luggage screened, has had their handheld information screened, they walk through a metal detector, and they've walked by a bomb-sniffing dog. I've never seen some of the technology that's used at the airport. I've never seen it at the White House. I don't see it in Afghanistan, where they're dealing with improvised explosive devices on a daily basis. I don't see it in a lot of other places. Europe has banned some of this technology, and yet we still use it here in the United States. And I appreciate your comments about the dogs, but the single best way to secure an airport from an improvised explosive device is a dog. Would you disagree with that or agree with that?
I think it's a hugely important piece of the security environment. I like dogs too. I'm a big fan of them. In fact, I've been advocating for more canines in the screening in the aviation security environment.
We need more of them, and I hope the appropriations follow appropriately. I want to compliment TSA also on its Instagram presence. You want to see an entertaining Instagram, go ahead and go to the TSA one. I'll put in a plug for it. You got some, I think, 400,000+ people that are looking at it. But it's also kind of scary because almost on a daily basis, I mean, the one I looked at just now had, there was a live smoke grenade that somebody tried to bring onto an airport. At BWI, there was a picture of a gun that they had taken off a person. The rise of people bringing or attempting to bring guns on an airplane is astronomical. I mean, the statistics on this are quite high. My question, maybe you can shed light on what that's happening, but I don't see that there's any consequence. I don't hear anybody who's getting prosecuted. We have a $10,000 fine. You can go to jail, but find me a person in this country that's violated that. And if you don't know, if you don't understand at this point in time that you can't bring a gun on the airplane, where in the world have you been living? And a lot of people I know will come to the TSA and say, oh, well, I forgot I had my gun in my backpack, gosh darn it. Well, go put it back in your car. I mean, I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm as pro-gun as you get, but if you're an idiot and you don't know you got a gun on you and it's loaded and you're trying to bring it on an airplane, why aren't some of these people going to jail every once in a while?
Mr. Chairman, I'm as shocked as you are by people who bring guns to the airport. And you're right, we saw many, many more last year than we saw the year before. TSA is not a law enforcement agency, so I don't have the authority to take action against individuals. The protocol is that when we see a gun, it gets held inside the X-ray machine we call local law enforcement, and then it's up to local law enforcement and the laws of whatever jurisdiction that they cover to take action against that. We can take action against an individual. We can strip them of their pre-check eligibility if they come through a pre-check line. But it's we have to turn them over to local law enforcement, and then it's whatever the law is.
What would the call be? What would you like local law enforcement to do?
Well, again, we know that we have laws in this land where people are allowed to conceal carry, where they're allowed to open carry, and in many states, the local law enforcement says, take that back out to your car and then come back in. Sometimes they get arrested. If you're in New York State, you'll get arrested. If you're someplace else, you might not get arrested. I just don't want that stuff coming through the checkpoint. I mean, it's astonishing what people try to bring through checkpoints.
Okay, so live smoke grenade, trying to bring it on an airplane. What should happen? What are you encouraging? I guess I'm trying to.
Well, we're working very hard. We encourage local law enforcement to take as strong of action as they can. I think if somebody brings a live smoke grenade onto a plane, they shouldn't be allowed to fly anymore. But I don't have the authority to make that decision.
All right. I far exceeded my time. Let's recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In the past, the committee heard numerous accounts of line staff being punished for minor infractions, while high-level managers went unpunished for significant abuses. Is there a double standard if a TSO employee can be fired for picking up a pen during an integrity test, but senior officials who retaliate against their subordinates or engage in serious misconduct, such as lying to the police about a DUI, are allowed to keep their job?
I think that there needs to be, we're doing this, I think there needs to be work done on the way in which we do discipline and performance management across the board. The law, as you know, the Aviation Transportation Security Act set up a somewhat of a bifurcated system, and it needs to be consolidated, it needs to be coordinated.
Okay. Next, this is more of a comment, and I want you to respond because I think Congresswoman Maloney said something I don't agree with. I obviously in this job fly a couple times a week. I have never seen a situation in which the pre-check line is longer than the regular line. And I think I can probably speak on behalf of most people. I wish you'd put more people in the pre-check line because we'd get things through quicker. And I do hear people complain, and I realize you've got a difficult job, that they wish they could go through the lines faster. So I don't know, who she talks to, but just so you know, there's another side of the story. Now I got another question for you. TSA spent $47,000 on an app to randomly assign people to go right or left that anybody with basic knowledge of codes could do. Do you feel that app was worth what TSA paid for it?
I think that was an excessive amount of money to pay for that. We don't use that app. That was done, as you know, back in 2013, and we're not using that.
Okay. Mark Livingston, the former Deputy Assistant Administrator, testified that a watch floor transformation that was supposed to cost $3 to $3.5 million cost approximately $12 million because it was performed improperly. Do you want to comment on that? Are you familiar with that?
And I'm not sure which watch floor transformation he's referring to, but what I have done is we've done a complete review of our entire acquisition process, and from my perspective, there are lots of opportunities to save the taxpayer money in our current processes.
We'll give you one more thing that Mr. Livingston said. He said there's still $500,000 worth of equipment sitting in a box in the office. Do you want to comment on that? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that, but I'm going to go back and look for that.
Okay. I'll yield the remainder of my time.
Go to Mr. Cummings for 5 minutes.
I'm going to be very brief. First of all, I want to thank both of you for your testimony. After the last hearing we had on TSA, Admiral, we had my staff just given this to me this morning, but it was a letter, a handwritten letter from one of the whistleblowers. And I've never read a letter into the record that was addressed to me like this, but I'm reading it for a reason, and I'll explain it in a minute. Again, this was one of the whistleblowers. It says, "Dear sir, thank you for your leadership and direct fairness in the hearings on the issues of TSA's current and potential misconduct. You spoke truth to power when you asked and demanded a fair and balanced hearing. You breathed air into our agency and gave hope to all the men and women when you asked for the facts. We all of us at TSA now believe that Congress can and will fix TSA. Thank you, sir. You have inspired all of us to renew our faith in the process of accountable leadership, and I wish you continued success and great health." And I'm going to leave the name out. The reason why I read that letter is because there are people depending on us, and they just want to get it right. A lot of times I hear negative things about employees, that is federal employees and state government. But I tell people that a lot of these people, and most of them, they come out, they have a mission, and they want to serve the public. And they want to treat them right. There are stresses that come with the job. I mean, any elected official will tell you that they can be at the supermarket, and maybe somebody will come up and say, "Hello," and then somebody will say, "Congressman, they're just trying to get out of the supermarket." About the seventh or eighth person, the person doesn't realize that they're the seventh or eighth person who called him, and doesn't realize he's got to get home. So that's part of the job. And I realize that a lot of the things that the employees do, I'm sure can get monotonous, and the photos of all of knives and the guns and grenades and things that people, I'm sure in many instances, most instances, accidentally are trying to get through. So we do not have room for error. But I read the letter because I want to remind you, and I know I don't have to do this, but there's so many people who want us to help. They want you to help, and they want us to help. And when I listened to those whistleblowers, and I heard all of their testimony, you know, the theme that ran through the whole thing was that they simply wanted the best for the public and for the agency. They weren't showboating. They probably didn't even really want to be here. But they, like many of our federal employees, or most, they had a desire that their agency would be the elite of the elite. And that's the kind of reputation I want to get to. I want people to be very proud to be a TSA employee. And I want them, when they say, you know, I work for the TSA, to stick their chests out and say, you know what, it's a great organization. But again, keep in mind what I said. If you go back and you listen to all the things that they said, they talked about a few bad apples in the leadership and excluded you, by the way, and said that you were doing a good job. So I just beg you to keep all of that in mind. And I really appreciate your efforts. I know it's difficult with Mr. Roth. I want to thank you. And I hope that you all will continue to work together, because that's what it's all about. This is how it's supposed to work. We need the critical eye of just a great lawyer and a great IG like you, Mr. Roth. But then we need the response to be appropriate. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. And again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize Mr. Micah from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke earlier about the attrition rate, which overall is about 10%, about 4,500 a year. And then the new hires, we're losing about 30% of those, and 38% of the non-TSO, which is information we got from you. The problem is that's an average. You have 30 airports in the country that handle 75% of the traffic, and those numbers are much higher. I know Los Angeles, a whole host of the big ones have had problem recruiting, retaining, training, and hiring. You actually have deferred, you told Mr. Heiss, you have lots of people going through with a few exceptions to FLETC, but you actually have given authority to 21 airports, almost all of those the largest in the country. Isn't that correct? For local training and hiring?
What we said, it won't be at 21 locations. We've given the authority
Waivers to 21 locations.
Right, we've given.
Have Boston,
on an as-needed basis, yes, sir.
JFK,
That's right.
LaGuardia, Miami, LAX. I mean, these are the big ones, too.
Yes, sir.
And I don't generally have a problem with that. I think that you can get people to do the training, and there are firms that will do that. Maybe internally it can be done. But I just want to make sure that was in the record. I disagree with the gentleman who last spoke, and I talked to him about every at every airport screening the employees through a metal detector and all of that. In Orlando and Miami, it's a waste. I don't know if you're still doing it in Atlanta. You need to be vetting the employees first before they're hired, and you need to be vetting even the TSA people, which are not all getting cleared, the people who work in the secure areas. We had a hearing, and thousands of them, we didn't have Social Security numbers. Hundreds and hundreds of them are foreign nationals with working papers we don't know anything about. That's what concerns me, is the people who have access to secure areas. So vetting and then monitoring those people, knowing who they are. The dogs, and there's an opinion about dogs.
Dogs right now don't deal with the threat that we face. The threat is a non-nitrate-based explosives. Dogs can't detect that. Neither can the equipment you've got at the airport. You know that, don't you, sir? Just say it's yes.
Well,
I can tell you it's yes, because I've tested the system, and I've ordered more tests of the system for the first time in years, and we'll confirm that. And this thing about getting guns and knives and all of that, they aren't going to take down a plane. Those people don't pose a risk. Maybe they did it accidentally. Do you know any of them that intended to take down a plane of those guns and knives that you took? None of them. But I do know that known terrorists have gotten through the system. That concerns me. I do know that your intel and analysis division is in chaos from what I've been told. Your intel division lacks a classification guide, we were told, which is a breach of classification guidelines. Did you know that?
I don't believe we lack any guides, sir.
Well, again, that's what we're told. It says lacks a classification guide. This is information given to us. Also, reportedly does not have the capability to internally vet and disseminate intelligence in real time. Any intelligence information that disseminates to the field must be first vetted and then approved by DHS and FBI, sort of a bureaucracy. These are other reasons why we failed to connect the dots in the past, and failing to connect the dots in the future is a concern. Then, again, I'd ask you to respond also to that on intelligence and analysis. The SPP program, to solve your problem, you've got to get out of the screening business. You need to set the rules for the screening, oversee it and audit it, and let the private sector do it. They do it for nuclear facilities, DOD facilities, some of our most secure facilities. You'll never get it right with 45,000 personnel across the whole country. It's just not going to work, I can assure you, no matter what you do. I want to speed up this SPP process. It takes a year. Can you pre-qualify people that can provide screening services?
It depends. I'll have to check the exact rules. I know that we follow the federal
But I would like to
rules.
see that, because this is the first thing. It requires 120 days. We'll have dozens of airports that will opt out, but you can still set the rules. You get out of this mess and get into the security business, which will save us from another terrorist attack. I'd like a response on how we can clean this up so it doesn't take that long as part of the record. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I have asked for some information about salaries, both within the district, and then overall, I want to see for the record the amount for screening and the non-screening positions in your highest paid positions, a complete list of them and the totals and salaries. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. As we wrap up here, Mr. Neffinger, last point I just wanted to make. We have a request, and I want to reiterate the bonus policy. One of the criticisms, I believe, from the Inspector General is there really wasn't a bonus policy in place. So what is it? In 2015, for instance, the senior members that were the TSES members who made less than $160,000 were ineligible for a bonus, even if they achieved the highest level of excellence. But if you made more than $160,000, even if your performance evaluation came in lower, you could get a bonus. That seems so upside down and wrong. And
yeah, I'll get you the policy for the record, Mr. Chairman, so that you can see what we've done.
Mr. Roth, do you have any comment on that?
No, just what was in our investigation, which was that the policy was very sort of loose, but we had a commitment from TSA that they would fix the policy. My understanding is they have.
Okay. It's something we'd like to look at. Mr. Roth, last question. What are your biggest concerns?
Just the size of the enterprise, 2 million passengers a day, 450 airports, TSA as the checkpoint operator, but also TSA as the regulator of the airports. It's a monumental task that's going to take time to fix.
Okay. We appreciate you both. We have greatest confidence in the administrator, but also in the Inspector General plays a vital role, and you each represent a lot of employees and a lot of people who are good, hardworking, patriotic people that are trying to do the right thing. And for that, we thank you. We have a mutual, a symbiotic relationship in trying to weed out the bad apples, and they're there. And to the extent that we can make that better, smarter, more fair, I think it'll improve morale. It'll make the airports and the population more safe and secure, and we share that mutual goal. And so we look forward to continuing to work with you. And thank you for your presence today. And thanks again to the men and women who do the good hard work every day. With that, the committee stands adjourned.
Chairman's mic, testing 1, 2. Ranking, testing 1, 2, 3. You hear that? Test 1, 2. Mic 4, 3, 2. Test.
Test.